wanted to have control, as they do. And he said no. So he started his own business. Businesses in the quantum computing world. There's a guy who works with Airbus and has his own business. Hypersonics, and it's kind of like a turbojet. Can be retrofitted to be in a jet, or retrofitted for a turbo shaft to run a tank or helicopter, or to power a turbine. And the other important aspect that we're trying to bring together is working with investors that have experience and are qualified in the aerospace industry. So people that worked on programs like the B-21, it's pretty cool reveal recently, even UAV programs. And some of the other partnerships Baldwin is working with is Datum Source. Basically, they're connected with all the supply chain managers from SpaceX started their own business. And that allows us to focus on what we do best, hypersonic propulsion, and work with other people that specialize in those real-world challenges the aerospace industry is facing, like supply chain. And then it's also important that Baldwin can leverage its connections to NASA, DoD, Texas A&M, other universities like Arizona, who also deal with hypersonics. Let me slide my Zoom thing over here. With the hope of, and I've alluded to this, the hope is to address a real-world need after we've addressed those challenges. So looking to a road to commercialization. When you talk with an engineer, undergraduate, or PhD candidate, or really anyone, and they go after it. And obviously, I know the audience that I'm speaking to now understands this, but undergraduate working doesn't, when they go to Lockheed, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, that technology they're working on isn't going to make its way to the commercial sector, especially with hypersonic technology. So how can you fix that? The defense and commercial application that we're looking at. And again, I already brought this up, other industries. So that Baldwin's best bet for the late 2020s, early 2030s is to look towards the Midnight engine servicing or providing service for commercial single-stage orbit engines. Because again, extending that scramjet flight envelope allows things like SSTOs. Partnering with commercial airlines. There's a lack of hypersonic propulsion providers out there. So when Boom Supersonics, when Rolls-Royce pulled out of the contracts with them, and they were left scrambling for a propulsion engine, Baldwin down the road could potentially provide that. There's also defense application for NGAD. NGAD is this top secret program that everyone's familiar with, but in the framework of that program is the idea that propulsion units will be used cross-platform. So F-35 or 6th gen fighters, that propulsion engine will be used also in B-21s, or there'll be switchover, there'll be comparisons between the two. And you can kind of see Boom Supersonics over here, their overture, and then Air Force Research Laboratory's representation of what NGAD is. And this is I'm always contacting, or I usually spend about 2 hours an evening talking with people online. Basically, my goal is networking with people. It's talking with people, whether they're engineers, undergraduate, PhD candidates, senior engineers that are basically retiring or coming out of the workforce. That's, I think, talking with those people and learning from those mistakes. One of the senior engineers at Baldwin was a part of a aerospace startup that failed in 2013. And so what can Baldwin learn from that? Or what can we learn from the successes? Because again, it's a balancing act between learning from getting rid of unnecessary bureaucracy and keeping the things that allow us to compete on a global scale. And there's also a funding aspect attached to that. I have to watch for getting in bed with the wrong people from the money side of things. So I'm going to stop the share real quick and go to, there's a few thoughts and observations. The remaining time that I had, I did want to thank Tim, Mark, Jeremiah, and Jeremy for the opportunity to speak. And again, I represent 19 people that are just passionate about the aerospace industry. And again, these are people that volunteer their time, and they're all at all stages in life. They're PhD candidates, they're undergraduate, they're senior engineers coming out of the workforce, retired, just wanting to stay involved. They're also engineers that were isolated from working at Lockheed. They knew they would never work at Lockheed, but they're free thinkers. So the combining of both parties, I think, is kind of what I'm trying to grow Baldwin to be. And I just have I wrote down some things here just as some quick observations in the 13 or so minutes I have. The first one is, okay, this is interesting to think about. To me, the EM spectrum is the only field capable of dealing with the flows. And the result of that was kind of what we saw with reduction in size. If you compare the Arbiter to programs like Hermeus, or even programs like reactive engine, Skyline engine. Another thing is, when you're going down, kind of broader speaking, propulsion engines, when you're going down propulsion path and looking at the different technologies, this is kind of what I did at the beginning of that year when I was trying to figure out the direction I wanted to go in. There's a lot of propulsion ideas that didn't pan out or are kind of not future-proof. So going down to the singularities of, it's not a physics problem, it's just an engineering problem, is kind of my focus in being relevant to the future. That's also kind of why I didn't want to be a commercial airline pilot, because I knew I'd be out of a job in my 50s. I'll kind of end with this story. Throughout the 5 years of kind of growing Baldwin, we really grew a lot for this past year. But when I moved to Kansas City, because that's where I'm located, Kansas City, Missouri, I've got a motorcycle, an R3 2019. So I would always go out and try to meet people and constantly networking with people. That's how I built the base at Baldwin. I would go out every single day and try to meet people. And I didn't really meet many engineers. I met the business people who helped connect me with the engineers at Baldwin. And it was kind of a referring process. And now that we're kind of growing, it's kind of moved to I network with a lot of people online. That's where I met some of the engineers. I just brought an engineer this morning who's, again, kind of Caleb, who's kind of a free thinker. He's the guy who's building fusion reactors in his garage. He is inspired. He's the type of person that will basically teach himself anything. And I can relate to that. But I think that's about it. Tim, I know I'm ending a few minutes early, but I think that's about all of the points that I had to go across. That's
that's awesome, man. That's awesome. So let me do this. I got a couple of questions here. I want to put this on gallery mode, though. Everybody, enormous applause for Mr. Justin Pearson. Justin, thank you. That's really probably the first, and I think probably the most in-depth. I think that's probably the first and the most in-depth MHD presentation that we've had. I know Will Riken did one, and his was focused on naval stuff. And I think other than that, you're really there in terms of MHD. So thank you. You know, and
I apologize if it was not as engineering focused as it was business focused.
Maybe that's an excuse for you to come back in the future and present more on the engineering side of things. So,
definitely. And maybe have some of the other engineers speak on more in depth.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, again, from an engineering perspective, and I talked about this with you on the phone. Jean-Louis Naudin did some work that was similar to this on a very small scale. So, I think there's a lot of different aspects to this that can be explored, and that's something that's really been lacking in this conference. So, thank you very much. Let me go to Aiden Schaefer, who has his hand up. Aiden, sir.
Hi, Justin. Excellent presentation. What it sparked was a discussion that I had with an engineer from Aerojet Rocketdyne, or Rocketdyne Aerojet, whichever way it's said. Joaquin Castro is the guy's name, and it was at the DCX of 20-year anniversary. And MHD propulsion was something that I was curious about at that time, and started chatting with him. And he said that they had done a lot of test flights and evaluations back in the late 90s. So I didn't see that on your within the presentation. You were focused more on, like, the quarter horse and some of the newer stuff. So have you looked into their research history is question number one. Question two is a business question. I know Virgin Galactic was trying to partner with Boom Aerospace, and in their phase 2, they were thinking to do point-to-point supersonic or hypersonic travel. So Virgin Galactic, they're the anchor tenants at the Spaceport America here in New Mexico. And a company like yours would be maybe have a strategic partnership. So those are.
Yeah, thank you, Aiden. I appreciate that. On the first question, I've not specifically seen that research. And if I don't answer this directly, just correct me, Aiden. The flight testing of MHD, or how that would look, is basically there has to be something in addition to the magnetic fields or the lasers. There has to be something else that can provide the power. And the flight testing of that would look kind of similar to what Hermeus is doing, but it's going to look slightly different. And that's kind of what I hope to do in a test facility, is kind of scale up. Doug Hodgin, the COO at Baldwin, he comes from a research background of small wins, like small scalable wins. So that would relate to a testing cycle of physically building a combustion chamber, the Midnight engine, that can be tested at the flight environments that it might experience. And the things that we're doing, like obtaining higher energy densities, is how we're trying to solve the problems of increasing the flight envelope. Now, correct me if do I need to clarify anything, or
that's a good answer, but the question was, have you looked into Aerojet Rocketdyne, if you are able to?
Yes.
They have already done test flight campaign in the late 90s, if I remember this discussion correctly.
Yes.
So it was kind of a direct pointing question.
Gotcha. I haven't specifically looked at that.
Okay. And then, the business question, have you talked with anybody at Virgin Galactic? Use phase 2 or second phase lingo if you have or have not. I can help you get in contact with George Whitesides. So that's
definitely, I'd be interested in that. I know I've lost people to Virgin Galactic.
Well, yeah, they're just moving too slow for my liking.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, I would love that, Aiden. I appreciate that.
Okay. Well,
well, if it's okay, Aiden, I'd like to go to Gary if you're set. And awesome. Thank you, sir. Aiden, thank you. And let me go to Gary, and then we will go to Greg Hodgin for his presentation after that. Again, we're shortening things down a little bit. Gary, go for it, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Justin. Really interesting talk. I had a question related to the bypass. You presented Ajax, which had the MHD bypass. The whole point of which, of course, is to slow down the flow. You take energy out of the flow, slow it down for the combustion chamber, put it back in at the end, right? So that's what's leading to my question about the midnight scramjet. What is the maximum Mach number that internally that the scramjet combustion chamber can tolerate, and does it need MHD bypass?
Yeah. So good question. Thank you, Gary. The idea of slowing the air in like the combustion chamber of scramjet is not new. It's already used with flame holders. So that's Baldwin's approach is how can we use what's already there, the hypersonic flow, the temperature, the existing scramjet combustion chamber layout. How can we use those principles and then slow the air like you said, and use that?
So does it need MHD bypass or not at this stage?
I think we're looking at both. So we want to apply MHD generation to the combustion chamber as well as the inlet and the nozzle.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome.
I know that's interesting. MHD generation is not typically thought or applied to the combustion chamber because there's challenges with that. So I'll acknowledge that.
Awesome. Gary, thank you, sir. Let me go to Ross, and then I think we're probably just about out of time. Ross, go for it, sir.
Yeah, I was just curious, like, you're saying it might go at Mach 7. Is that the proposed speed?
Yeah.
What percentage of the force is preventing it from going is aerodynamic drag? Do you know at that speed, like how much is the percentage of the aerodynamic drag preventing it from going faster, holding it back?
Yeah, I think I can talk about I'll just give you an experiment that we did through simulation and reducing the drag. So because I acknowledge, so kind of some of the other questions are, okay, you have to reduce the flow speed, right? So how can you and that's going to create drag. So again, this is a holistic problem. So what we did was look at energy addition towards the inlet nose cone of a body, and using energy addition, you can reduce drag by 30% just with energy addition source. And that related in our tests and our experiment to a 40% reduction in drag, or a 40% increase in range of the hypersonic body. So that the energy used in MHD generation towards the inlet is used to power in the bypass method the nozzle accelerator as well as the ionization source. But that test, does that help? Does that answer the question, Ross?
Yeah, and well, I'm also working with someone right now. We came up with a design that actually appears to not just have a reduced aerodynamic drag, it has zero aerodynamic drag. So it's a weird shape that no matter how fast it goes, it creates a low pressure in the front that actually seems to suck the projectile forward.
Yes.
And as the laminar airflow goes around the body, it has to exactly double the velocity that it's coming in. So it ends up balancing out and creating a higher pressure in the back. So no matter how fast we've pushed air at it, it is zero.
Yes.
I mean, it literally, like, we think that this thing could go 1,000,000 miles per hour and would have absolutely no drag whatsoever, as though you're shooting it across space.
Well, and Ross, maybe that's something. We're at the top of the hour. I need to go to Greg. Maybe that's something you could follow up with offline with Justin. Justin, do you think you could put your email in the chat, and then you and Ross could go more on it? Okay. And Ross, let me apologize for cutting you off. I need to put Harold's hand down too. Again, we're going to 1 hour for presentations, and so that's I'm still kind of getting used to it. Okay, so let me do this. I want to introduce our next presenter. So before we do that, everybody, let's just give another hand to Justin Pearson. And again, everybody, let me apologize for a few bumps on the road. Justin, was a great presentation. I'm still getting used to doing 1 hour presentations instead of 2. And it was just with the 2 hour presentations, what we just didn't have, we didn't have enough people asking enough questions, I guess. So maybe in the future we'll go back to that. But okay, so I want to go now to Mr. Greg Hodgin. Greg of the ZC Institute. He's going to present a model for a new type of propulsion system that's based on initially the research into the Alcubierre Drive. He believes that warp fields can be generated efficiently and used as a means of producing fusion energy, which can then in turn be fed back into the warp field for propulsion purposes. So I guess I could just do a few words, before Greg goes on. I've been talking to Greg over the last couple of weeks off and on. Mark Sokol actually connected with him and forwarded him to me. So if you're familiar with the Alcubierre Drive, that's definitely kind of a start, but he's doing a lot of really, really innovative stuff. One of them is his team is looking at how to use that to potentially generate fusion, right, to power the device. And another thing that they're doing is looking at pulsing their warp drive, rapidly pulsing it, right? Like potentially even the megahertz range. And so there's a lot of innovation that he's trying to put into this. So without any further ado, let me bring Mr. Greg Hodgin on and ask him to unmute, sir.
Of course. And Tim, thank you so much. I very much appreciate the introduction. Hello, everybody. My name is Greg Hodgin. I'm the executive director. I've been running a nonprofit for so damn long. I'm the CEO of ZC Institute, which we started it's been about 1.5 years right now. And I'm going to do my best not to take up the entire hour because I don't have that much to say, but I'll do the best I can with what time I've got. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with respect to the to what we're doing here. Let's see. Let's do that and that, and everyone should be able to see that, right? Good. Okay.
Yeah, it looks wonderful, Greg.
Oh, excellent. That's good because my graphic design abilities are shit. All right. So ZC Institute, this is what we're talking right now. What we're kind of focusing on right now is the first couple of stages of the program, but because of what APEC is about, I'm going to actually dive all the way into stage 4 or phase 4 of our program. But right now, stage 1 actually is going to be dealing with the energy crisis and the fact that by 2050, the world's going to need about 25 trillion kilowatt hours. And the average American home uses about 11,000 kilowatt hours. So that's more than 2 billion US homes by 2050. And that's really conservative. We're probably going to need a lot of power, like a great deal. That's a 500% energy increase from now until then. We, of course, have a number of polluting power sources. No matter what you use, there's usually some sort of cost to it. Even geothermal, you've got to drill it somewhere. Hydroelectric, you've got to build a dam somewhere. You have environmental issues. If you're using fossil fuels, of course, you're producing a great deal of carbon emissions. Just all kinds of things, right? And there's a limited supply. Sure, we can do solar, but unfortunately, the sun has this bad habit of going away at night. We don't know where it goes. So we can't use it all the time, which is very sad. So no matter what we do, we're going to have to figure out some sort of something with respect to the energy crisis. So we are doing work with quantum space-time distortion technology and warp technology, but we are trying to approach it more as a fusion startup company. The reason is because a lot of investors, in fact, most of them, don't really want to give money to macroscopic warp drive devices. But boy, when you say fusion, they really start paying attention for some strange, unfathomable reason, which we'll get into later on. The thing about nuclear fusion right now, of course, and I'm talking to a bunch of engineers, and by the way, just for the record, I'm not an engineer, nor am I a scientist in that way. My work has actually been in history and political science, which we'll get into later on. But when it comes to fusion, there's usually 2 main ways to do it. You're talking about using a tokamak or you're using laser confinement. Either way, you are engaging in a brute force approach. You're heating something up very, very hot, and you're creating a ton of pressure to force them to fuse together. So you're actually trying to overcome massive forces with respect to overcoming Coulomb forces to force hydrogen or helium-3 or whatever it is to actually fuse. we've got a kind of a way we can get around that. Now, if those of you haven't read anything about the warp drive, Dr. Miguel Alcubierre, 1994, actually kind of said what's on this screen right now, which is there's a nice cheat. Matter nor energy can usually exceed the speed of light, but space-time certainly can. In fact, there's no limit to how fast space-time can expand. And a warp drive warps space-time itself inside a warp bubble. So you're basically compressing space-time in front of whatever you're compressing in front of, and you're expanding it behind it. So to an external observer, anything inside the warp bubble can move at any arbitrary velocity, including above the speed of light, depending on how much energy you pump into it. Now, according to some of the research right now, and most of the research is saying that you're going to need exotic matter for FTL warp drives, faster than light. But subluminal, according to some of the more recent papers, specific Bobrick and Martier in 2021, Eric Lentz in 2021, and also Phil Heisenberg, subluminal warp drives do not require exotic matter. They only require regular matter and energy. And this gives us the opportunity to develop and master the technology before attempting FTL. The idea is that basically you have training wheels for sublight and you work your way up to FTL. And only within the past year or so has the theoretical warp drive become possible and practical at all. Most scientists, the conventional science basically says that it's still theoretical, as the power requirements are pretty high. One of the main reasons behind that, though, is that most of the theoretical papers set an arbitrary radius for what they were trying to build a warp drive about, which is R equals 100 meters. That's enough to, you know, kind of build something like this behind me, which if you haven't watched Yes Discovery, it's hit or miss. But our idea was a couple of things. One, you start out very small. Two, you start with sublight only. Three, you're going to pulse the drive, and I'll walk through each of those things. So one, you start small. The amount of energy required to create a warp field is actually directly proportional to the radius of the field. So if you're doing R equals 100 meters, which is macroscopic, that's a lot of power. Even with Lentz's paper discussing how to basically cheat with geodesics, you're still looking at 0.1 solar masses equivalent. That's a lot of energy. That's a lot of power. So we're starting very small, nanometers or angstroms instead. Maybe nanometers, maybe angstroms, maybe micrometers. Depends on what's going on. Depends on what we're going to do in the lab. We're not entirely sure which one's going to actually work or not. The other main thing is we pulse the drive. One of the issues with the Alcubierre drive and a lot of its derivatives is the fact that when you turn it on, you are cut off from the space-time continuum. So I'm sure a bunch of you are dorks like me. So think about Star Wars hyperspace. You can't just drop out for the hell of it. You put it in, you turn it on, and you go until either you hit a big massive gravitational thing or you get to your destination. You cannot change course in hyperspace. Our idea, though, with pulsing the drive is each time that you turn it on, yes, you're cut off, but when you turn it off, you're back in contact with the rest of the universe. So you can actually begin sending electromagnetic communications or whatever you need to with respect to that. That also means we don't have to warp space-time at a very high amount. We don't have to do kilometers or light years at a time. We can do it micrometers at a time or a millimeter at a time. Good example, if we're warping space-time at 1 millimeter per pulse, and we do it at 100 gigahertz, that yields an observed velocity of 1 times 10 to the 8th meters per second. That's a third of the speed of light. It ain't FTL, but got everyone else beat. Our idea here is to show proof of concept of the ability to warp space-time at a quantum level at subluminal velocities. We don't have to go very fast. We don't have to do 0.5 C. We don't have to do 0.3 C. Even showing that we can warp space-time at all, just doing what's a symmetric warp bubble, you're warping space-time around it. That's enough to show proof of concept. We gained a patent on this technology, which will have a lot of immediate applications for certain industries, such as computing and telecommunications. We license patents out, we buy their products, and each time that we do our research, each time that we keep building on this, we're going to be building bigger and bigger warp fields. And one of the important things that we're looking at, and one of the reasons why we think we have a shot of actually getting this funded, is we're going to apply this technology to nuclear fusion. We think that there is a way to actually use quantum space-time distortions in this way to actually facilitate sustainable nuclear fusion. And I'll go into that, why that is in just a bit. But once we get that, we can kind of move on from there. One of the main issues that we see with a lot of these warp fields and warp technology itself is the power requirements. If you've ever seen South Park, you've ever seen the underpants gnomes. We have the same problem with respect to warp drive technology, which is, of course, if you haven't seen the underpants gnomes, it's a bunch of underpants gnomes coming in and steal people's underpants, hence the name underpants gnomes. And one of the kids asks them, what's your business model? And they say, oh, step 1, steal underpants. Step 2, step 3, profit, right? And so we kind of feel the same way when it comes to this, because a lot of people going warp drive, proof of concept, let's build the Enterprise. Well, where the hell is your power source? Where are you getting your power from? And a lot of people are going, well, we'll just we'll use exotic matter. It runs itself and da-da. A lot of this is way out there, right? You're going to need a really strong power source. And there's really only two that'll work, right? There's fusion and there's matter and antimatter. And we don't have the technological expertise as a civilization right now to really build, to really create and maintain the amount of antimatter we're going to need to do this stuff. We ain't to Star Trek yet, unfortunately. Fusion, on the other hand, we do have an idea of what we can do about that. So here's the idea behind, and again, I'm going to go into the business model, why we think this is going to work for us. This is one idea of what it might look like until we actually go in and engage in this research and actually really dive in and begin doing replicable experiments. This is one idea, might be another one. If you look at this right now, the black circle in the center, that's inside the warp bubble. Nothing happens inside that. It's non-relativistic. So nothing affects that if the warp field is built correctly. The red, you guys can see my pointer, right? I'm hoping you can. If you can't, that's you good. Okay, you can. Cool. So this red piece right here, we're not sure what this is going to be. It might be electrons, might be protons, so it might be an electrical charge. It might be a positive charge. It might be electromagnetic radiation. I've got one team that's working with radio frequencies. We're not sure yet, but the point is that you're going to create this very thin shell, which is why, if you'll notice right here, 1 or 2 angstroms, we're talking really small. We're going to make something very dense. The key here, though, is this nice little purple, almost like a very, very thin little purple piece right here. That's the magnetic confinement. And that's where the key to the pulsing actually comes from. If you're using charged particles inside, what you can do is that you can actually, the warp field is basically this very dense, thin shell, right? Which means that if I expand the magnetic field, if I expand the magnetic bottle, the warp field shuts off because it doesn't have the density required to actually create the warp effect, right? Now it's quote unquote off. Some of our calculations and some of my teams have actually shown that when the warp field is quote unquote on, you cannot send electromagnetic radiation into or out of the bubble. It almost acts like a deflector shield because it's so damn dense, nothing's going to be able to get in, right? Which means that, again, this is where Alcubierre's idea came from, or where some of his conclusions came from of once you turn it on, you're cut off from the space-time continuum because light or electromagnetic radiation cannot interact with what's inside the warp bubble. You're cut off. But if I cut it off, now I can send electromagnetic radiation inside or out, right? And even better, if I can cut it off, if I'm just expanding the magnetic field, that means I can contract it again. So if you're prone to seizures, don't look at this. But the idea here is that you can turn it on and off several hundred, several thousand times a second. Now, people kind of say, well, that's, you're trying to get to terahertz or megahertz, something like that. That'd be nice. We'd like to do something relatively simple like this at the beginning. If we just turn the thing on and off, that'd be lovely, wouldn't it? That would be the best idea in that regard. We have to remember that when you're building technology or creating technology, this nature, let's look at James Watt and the steam engine. He built a steam engine. It was shit, but it worked, which was the point, right? You get several generations of people working on this thing and they're improving on it, right? The first generation is always garbage. But the point is to show that you can actually do it, right? So that's kind of our phase one. We're building a research team, we're acquiring office space. We're looking to work with 6 to 8 labs. Our goal is we're the for-profit corporation. We want to give labs money. You're doing warp drive work, and there's some people who I've already got 2 MOUs right now with 2 labs that I'm working with. We've actually done 1 NSF grant. The idea is that they're each approaching this in different ways. If you have 6 labs, 5 are going to fail. 1 might not. And that's the key, right? Each of these labs is doing their own thing and they're actually chasing their own theory. But if we can coordinate them all and basically build a research consortium, 1, we can hand out equity to the labs themselves and the people who worked at the labs, because let's be honest, if you're doing this stuff, you should probably earn something from the research that you're doing, just besides a flat check. Secondly, this is a way for us to produce profits so that people will actually come in and give us money as opposed to nonprofits. There's a lot of these labs who are working on $200,000 every year or something like that. And that's not that much money, right? So the goal for us at the very beginning is just to show proof of concept of this actually happening, to show with a replicatable experiment that has been peer reviewed and also published in a respected journal or several respected journals, hopefully, that we can do this. And to show warping of space-time, you only need an interferometer. It's not difficult. The equipment is not that difficult at all to actually put together from what I've heard. hopefully, we're thinking between years 3 and 7, we'll get the first couple of patents on a proof of concept. And it's not going to just be the lab experiment, it's going to be how you built it and what's going on with that, right? With respect to phase 2, now we're looking at an acquisition of a site for a testing facility. We're looking at that. Again, we're still working with all the labs because now we have proof of concept. Let's say that 5 of them fail. One of them after 3 to 4 years goes, hey, look, we've got something cool. Let's go down this road, right? We can actually renegotiate our contract with those labs and say, you're going down a dead end, or this might not work as well as it could. Let's turn towards something else. Let's go ahead and redirect where you guys are going, right? Each time that we do this, each time that we're creating a larger warp field, make it more efficient, going back to steam engine, that's another set of patents. And that's another set of licensing that we can go out. So if you're starting with micrometers, you can go to millimeters, you can go to centimeters, and so on and so forth. And when we're discussing controlled nuclear fusion, I know a lot of you are kind of going, where does that come in? The answer is, if I can warp space-time, so if I can contract space-time with one warp field, if I set up several warp fields in a certain configuration, or several certain configurations, that means I can take a small volume and arbitrarily compress it to whatever I want to, correct? If that's the case, that also means that I don't need deuterium or tritium. I can use protium. I can use carbon. I can, we've all seen it. Into Back to the Future. When Doc Brown pulls into the driveway and he just goes to the garbage and just starts dumping shit into Mr. Fusion, we might be able to pull that off because as long as you're not iron, you're still getting energy out of it. We don't know exactly how that's going to work yet because we still don't know exactly what the properties of the warp field are going to be. But if we can do this correctly, and we're thinking, I'm not going to say how many warp fields it's going to take us to be more than one. Once you get it charged up and now take a lot of energy, you don't need to recharge it every time because again, when you're pulsing it and you're cutting and you're expanding the magnetic field, you're not cutting it off, so you're not dissipating the charge. That means that I can turn it on and off, and I'm only have to put a small amount of energy to keep it going. So you can almost build like a fusion engine. You have an intake step where the warp fields are off. It comes in, you do your compression stage, you have your ignition stage, and you have your exhaust stage, right? It's like, it is literally like what's in your car, except of course, it burns hydrogen instead and not with chemical stuff. It does it with fusion instead. That's the concept. That's the idea. And what's lovely about this is the fact that because you're only using protium, hopefully, you can just use water. That's just going to be electrolysis for water into hydrogen and oxygen. That's a little bit of sulfuric acid. Mwah, there you go. So then your byproduct is going to be helium, electrons, and well, oxygen, because you're actually cutting water in half. The nice thing about this as well is the fact that because you're using a fusion reaction, you're producing a direct electrical current. You're getting electrons that are kicking off themselves. And depending on how you set the warp fields and magnetic containment, you can just basically create a stream of electricity, no turbine required. Which is even better. Now, that being said, we will have to wrap the fusion reactor in some sort of jacket, right? Because thermo is thermo and you can't cheat thermo. But we can go ahead and hook that up. My one of the labs we're working with he's a fusion guy. His name is Dr. Jason Cassabury. He's actually at the University of Alabama, Huntsville. He does fusion engineering. When I showed him this stuff, he squealed like a schoolgirl at a K-pop concert when he found out what we were doing, because it solves a lot of the issues that he was looking at with respect to fusion engineering. However, he did say, I know you want to do the 21st century stuff, but you're going to need a turbine. So the joke was he's going to spray on the side of the turbine, ye old fusion reactor, and call it a day. But you're still getting a large amount of power with respect to that. And because these warp fields are microscopic, because we're talking about on the micrometer or maybe nanometer scale, you can build a fusion reactor about this big. That's not a lot. We don't need to build these huge things where we're firing God only knows how many trillions of watts of power with a laser into this thing. We can build it smaller, which also means that we're not getting this big, massive spike of energy when the nuclear reaction actually happens. We can kind of tailor the reaction to what we want to, so you can kind of dial it up and down the way that you want to, right? Now we're producing a ton of power. Once we start producing a ton of power, now, again, we built the James Watt version of the fusion reactor 1.0. Now everyone and their mom's going to be jumping in on this, right? Now everyone's going to be doing this research on figuring out how to make this the most efficient way and using the least amount of energy to get it started up as possible, and what else we can burn with it, and so on and so forth, right? There's going to be plenty of ways to kind of go forward with that. Now, we now have fusion power. Now we can begin discussing macroscopic warp drives. Now we can discuss building one that's a meter or 10 meters or things like that. And this is where it gets really fun. Now we can actually begin terrestrial warp flight. We can actually begin working with, again, if you're doing a third of the speed of light, I can go up and be in Nairobi in 4 seconds from Atlanta. So, now there will no longer be the 4-hour layover in Atlanta, which if you live in Atlanta, which I do, the joke is when you die, there'll be a 4-hour layover in Atlanta before you go to heaven or hell because it's Atlanta. And we can even do Mars flights. We can be there in about 8 minutes one way. The drive is not inertial. Because we're pulsing it, when you turn it on, of course, you cut off. When you cut it off, whatever inertial frame you started in, you're going to end up in. So you can literally go up, and then if you want to, you can go to the left or to the right, or you can go diagonally, wherever you want to, right? And that's one of the nice things about pulsing it is because we're pulsing it, because each time that you make that warp field a bit, you stretch out the magnetic field. Now, all of a sudden, I get telemetry several 100,000 times a second, which means there's an object coming towards me. I can change my direction on the fly. Now, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Thank you, Robert Heinlein. And the issue with this is that because it's non-inertial, when I do cut it on, or if I do cut it off, whatever inertial frame I was in, that's where I'm at now. So if I go into orbit, I'm not orbiting. I just drop like a rock. Like that's just what's going to happen. The idea behind that is we're going to go ahead and throw on a back on fusion propulsion system, because now we have a fusion reactor. Might be a lot easier to do that, right? We're still working through that one. Again, this is why this is phase 3. Of course, by phase 4, now we can actually begin building macroscopic warp drives that can go out into the solar system. We can colonize the solar system. We're thinking 28 to 30 years. We're thinking about April 5th, 2063 to be exact. That's my personal goal. I'd like to do it sooner, but if we can do it by then, that'd be great. I know there's Vulcans are waiting. The goal would be we'll actually launch our first FTL. And we're thinking that the first FTL flight will not be this, it's not this theoretical impossibility. It's more like the X1. It's an engineering question. How fast can I pulse it? And how much must I build, how much must I warp each pulse to get over the speed of light? It's not going to be this neat thing of like, we go from 0 to warp speed and light speed immediately. It might be like we're doing 0.99 for a while, and then we figured out we go to 1.1 or something like that. Like, we're not sure exactly how it's going to work. And this is where I come in. So I'm a weird guy. I don't do engineering. I don't do science. I'm a political scientist. I do social science. So I deal with people. We need weird, unusual people. We need people who think outside the box, and we want people who we can nurture outside the box. I want people who, when they wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and want to call me with an idea, they can feel they can do that. Or they can go into the office and play their video game, or throw darts, or play pool, or drink their alcohol, or whatever drugs they want to use, as long as they're legal. Or there's the quiet library room. I don't care. I need neurodiversity. I need people who think weirdly. I need people who think about weird shit all the time. And I need them to work with me, because that's something else too. No one works for me. They work with me because we have a mission together, right? And for me, doing the political science thing, a corporation is just state building. It's just private state building, right? And the reason why it's so important to build early, you're all sitting in front of a computer right now. So I'm going to ask you all to look down your keyboard, and you're going to see, put your hands on your home keys, right? Put your hands on your home keys, and it's ASDF JKL semicolon, right? These are most certainly not the most typed letters in the English language. In fact, the semicolon, are you kidding me? E is above, and C is below, and comma and period are below, right? Now, the story is not entirely true, but it still makes the point. This keyboard was designed, of course, for typewriters, a physical device where when you hit a key, a hammer would go and smack into a piece of paper, right? If you type too fast, the hammers jam. So this was designed to slow you down. Why do we still use it? Because we've been using it for 150 years. And the thing is that to retrain everybody would require everyone chunking their keyboards and training on a new one, right? We already have the skill. Let's just stick with this one, right? In political science, this is called path dependency. When you create a concept or an idea at the beginning, whatever you've created, it kind of becomes frozen into it. It becomes frozen in, and it gets locked in, whether you like it or not. So whatever things you pick, if you want to change down the road, it is far more difficult to change them down the road. In fact, usually you have to have a massive exogenous shock to the system to fix something. Good example, the international economic system. Bretton Woods happened at the end of World War II. For those of you who do not know, Bretton Woods system is actually what kind of is, it's why the currency of reserve in most countries is the US dollar. It's why if you do aviation, the international language of aviation is it's English, because we wrote the rules. Telecommunications, if you're in the United States, our country code is 1. Why? Because we're number 1, go USA, rah, rah, eagle, all that good stuff. But because we wrote the rules. Because we haven't had a large exogenous shock since then, there has been no push to change those rules, even though the world has changed a lot since 1945, right? Path dependency is a thing and it's important. If you don't get your stuff set up right, it might screw you down the road. Hand dryers and DEI. We're really pushing for diversity, equity, and inclusion for a really big reason. Oh, 2 reasons. One, if you're building warp drive, you should probably look at Star Trek, and Starfleet was kind of all into DEI since the 60s, so think about that. Secondly, a good friend of mine who actually does DEI for a living talked to me about how she was working with people who designed, the hand dryers in airports. So you put your hands under and it dries you and all that good stuff. And this one had it could blow like the toupee off of somebody or something like that, right? She asked him, did you test it with different people? Yeah, we did. We tested it with different people, so on and so forth. Goes to market. Someone sticks their hands under there. Who's a black person. It doesn't pick up because the skin color did not activate the sensor. So they screwed half their market up because they tested it, but they didn't test it over everybody, right? Everyone from a physical and from a mental perspective has usually had different stuff. They have different things going on, right? You need a big sample size, but it can't just be a bunch of straight white guys. You've got to have other people who are looking in because a lot of those different experiences will help us understand what the hell's going on, right? When it comes to this stuff, especially, you want engineers, you want scientists, you want people who think outside the box, but you also want to think about people who aren't scientists and engineers who are thinking outside the box because they might tell you something that you never thought of, which is the point, right? And again, we want to build to last. I'm going to die at some point in the future. I'm not planning on it. I'm going to, keep living until I don't. But I'm pretty sure I'm going to die. If anyone has a solution to that, I am listening. But until then, I got a plan to make sure that the company I build will last as long as I need it to for this 30, 40, 50 years, right? And when it comes to this as well, we're going to ride Roman. The idea behind that is that you keep 1 foot in the past. You always look at your history, see what's going on, and keep 1 foot in the future. Where are you going and where you want to go, right? And of course, with the act of writing itself, you're in the present. So you're trying to stay, you're trying to make sure that you learn from your lessons. You pick up the historical things that you need and you move on from there. And that's me. The reason that when we approach investors, one of the nice things we can say is that because I've already done a lot of this work at the United Nations, we can actually build a lot of public-private partnerships. Every dollar you give me, I can get $1 or more from the federal government. And that's kind of a really big thing. So in case people think I'm lying, here's my UN badge. There you go. It's actually still good until 2022. There's a way to actually make sure that you're always in front of the government and to make sure that they are paying attention to what you're doing. We have a number of scientific partners. 2 of those guys we've actually signed MOUs with, Dr. Chansky and Dr. Jason Casper, working on MOUs with the other ones as well. And my CEO actually advises U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's got 30 years of operations experience. He's a cyber terrorism expert because we know that if this works out correctly, the Chinese and the Russians will be watching us. And the nice thing is that I kind of understand great power politics. That's what I kind of took my comprehensive exams in. So I kind of know what's coming. A lot of people say, are you not worried about the government? I'm like, no, we haven't done anything yet. When we do something and if the government wants to take my stuff, they can take their best shot. But the government is incentivized to actually get me to finish my stuff. They want me to finish working. My biggest concern is the Russians and the Chinese. The Chinese will steal it. The Russians will invite me to stay in a hotel, and then for some reason, the 15th story window magically disappears and I fall out of it. That's my concern. But as of right now, we're not there right now. Now, I see that the chat has blown up, so I'm going to kind of finish this for right now. I will do my best to answer your questions. Again, I like to reiterate the fact that I am not any kind of, I'm not a physical scientist. My physical science degree was in chemistry about 20 years ago. So, and I'm not an engineer, but I've learned enough to not be a complete idiot. So I'm going to shut the hell up and let everyone talk.
Greg, wonderful, sir. Before anything else, let me put this thing on gallery view. Everybody, please give Mr. Greg Hodgin an enormous applause. Greg, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, and guys, please, you can put your hands up for questions and let me find out how to do that. That is Alt-Y on Windows or Option-Y on Mac. And that helps us keep things a little bit more organized. So Greg, thank you for presenting that. I genuinely can't thank you enough. One of the things, and I mentioned this before, you're doing a lot of innovation on top of Alcubierre's original idea, which really excited me. So let me see. Let me go to Hal CC first. Okay, and let me see. He may be having issues. So let me go to Todd, Mr. Todd Desiato. And Todd, can you turn your camera on, sir? There we go. Oh, there we go. Todd, sorry,
Hi.
give it a try now.
Have you read any of the papers I've written on? I have several on warp drive and quantum gravity.
I think that they're in my hopper right now. If you could do me a favor, my email is actually down there. Send me everything that you got, and I'm happy to read them. It is, hold on one second. I'll show you this. I have done the best I can to collect a little bit of research. And anything that
those piles in my time.
Yeah. So anything I can add to this, I'm greatly appreciative for. I'm doing the best I can to keep up with not just this, but also the fusion stuff as well. But send me what you got, and I'm happy to read it. And I'm actually happy to have a conversation with you later on.
Because a lot of the things that are issues in in the work that came before me, I provide a way to look at it from quantum gravity that allows you to actually physically understand what's going on at a quantum level. And once you understand that, the whole concept of creating a warp bubble goes away. And it's all about how you manipulate the matter, not the space-time.
Yeah. Then definitely send that to me that way, because you're absolutely right in that regard. A lot of the research with respect to warp drive literature, the warp drive literature especially, is very heavily based in general relativity and not in quantum.
Yeah, and you were saying about path dependency.
Yep.
When Einstein came up with general relativity at the turn of the 20th century, the whole thing was about geometry, was mathematics, that was the leading field at the time. And the Minkowski and Riemann and all of those people influenced him to look at this problem, which is simply looking at acceleration, to look at this problem in terms of geometry. And that path has stuck. But literally, the data that we have only says that geometry is a great description and interpretation, but the data can be interpreted in the reciprocal way, in that it's not the geometry, it's what we measure with rulers and clocks that behave quantum mechanically that give us geometry.
It very much reminds me of the central dogma in biology for a while, and also the quest for DNA. The idea that, the data looks like this. Well, it's like you get locked in, and science is a really bizarre discipline. It is insanely exploratory, and it's insanely progressive, and we're going to question everything. But once it kind of gets locked in, just like with any human system, it becomes locked in, right? And it takes a lot to shake it loose. And for the past, since the Copenhagen interpretation of the 40s and the 50s, like we've been locked in. There's GR and there's quantum, and and they don't touch and they don't talk to each other. And I
fixed that, but
yeah. Oh, well, then I'm definitely down to see that, and I see other people hands up as well. So do me a favor, send that to me, and to everyone who's listening right now, I put my email that I'm using for this into the chat. So if you want to send me something, that's fine. Send me what you got, Todd. But
I wanted to mention one more thing. You're talking about doing quantum warp bubbles and things like that. And I, honest to God, I've been working on this kind of technology since the 1980s, even before Alcubierre. And I have come to the realization that the thrust or the lift that you get from this is proportional to the scale cubed. So if you want to lift your own weight, it's the size of, I mean, if you want to lift its own weight, it's the size of a football stadium. And if you're doing it on a bench top, the results are too small to measure, and your interferometer will give you noise.
Right, which is why we're
right,
which is why we're not using it for velocity. We're not building an asymmetric bubble. We just want to do a symmetric one instead. That way, you can just show the contortion of space time. I see. Yeah,
right.
But again, we can have that conversation later on. That's the idea. And again, I'm not a scientist or engineer, and that's why we're actually doing multiple labs, because the nice thing about being a scientist especially is sometimes we're wrong. Sometimes, especially if we're really lucky, we're not. But if we've got 6, 7, 8 labs working on different things, we're in a different story, right? And I see someone's got their hand up, and I'm going to shut up because I truly have a moderator.
Yeah. Well, and so let me mention, so we are going to have an open discussion after Mark's presentation. He's got the polygon impulse generator. We have Todd's warp drive. We got a bunch of stuff. Todd's ion drive. Sorry about that. So I'm mixing my terms up. And so, Greg, I'm not sure if if you want to stick around or if you want to come back in later. I mean, yeah, those open sessions, and they can say from experience, sometimes those go. I've had them go until 10 o'clock at night Pacific. So sometimes 5 or 6 hours.
And that's fine. So my thinking is I'm going to actually hop off of this because it's 4:30 where I am after this, and then I'm going to come back in later on. Yeah,
go for it. Go for it.
Okay. But I'm down to answer stuff as well. So let's go.
Yeah. So let me go to Hal CC. And sir, if you could turn your camera on, sir or ma'am, and let me ask you to unmute.
I don't have a camera. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. I can hear you.
Okay. I came in on the tail end of this program here by Mr. Hodgin. What was he speaking about? In brief.
Well, what I would probably recommend is instead of restating the presentation, we are going to have a replay up. So why don't you visit our website at altpropulsion.com. We're going to have it up there. Another place that you can look up is Jeremy Reese, Alien Scientist YouTube channel, and you should be able to rewatch the entire thing.
Yeah, let me just ask quickly. He mentioned that he had some kind of relationship with Dr. Eric Lentz on the warp drive. Dr. Lentz himself encountered some difficulties later on through some other theoretical physicists. Just by any chance, Mr. Hodgson, do you happen to know if Mr. Lentz has resolved those difficulties such that he is getting further in his work? Because he was the first one who had any positive energy densities that worked with warp drive as compared to previous papers. Do you happen to know the status of his work?
That's actually a really good question. And yes, I do. Dr. Lentz, and you're right, there's a lot of pushback with respect to what he was doing. There's another paper that came out after Lentz's paper about 3 or 4 months after that by Dr. Fell and Sean Fell and Dr. Lavanya Heisenberg that also dove into the geodesics as well. Dr. Lentz actually produced a number of papers to back his theory up and to show what's going on, which have also been published in peer-reviewed papers as well. And he has mostly resolved his issues, but he also knows enough to know how much he doesn't know. And right now there is a bit of a, for lack of a better term, a froth with respect to how, what's going on in that regard, which is not a bad thing. And that's why I think one of the main things that's going to be required is going to be a good amount of experimental data research, because there's a lot of people talking in the theoretical physics field. And now it's just getting to the point where the energy requirements, if anyone's theory is correct, the energy requirements are where we can hit them in the lab. And when I say in the lab, I'm not talking about 2 car batteries and some, 10 wire and calling it a day. I'm talking about, we're gonna have to call the substation and let them know we're pulling a lot of power, but it can be done. I've talked to him off and on for the past year or so, and he is still moving on with his research. He's still doing the research, and he has not fixed all the issues, but he has, according to other people who are experts in the field as well, he has managed to mostly address the concerns that were given to him in that regard.
Wonderful. And I should apologize. I had to mute Hal out. He was getting some background noise. So
no problem.
And let me see. Let me ask him to unmute and see if he had anything. Oh, there we go.
By the way, Tim, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I just wanted to say thank you for clarifying it. And his work was the most advanced at all the people that I read on the paper, which I had some tentative understanding of. I'm an engineer, but I didn't understand it. But thank you for clarifying and responding to my question.
My pleasure. And I would like to point out as well that, again, he is still doing it, but his paper actually created a small explosion of other academic papers. So now there's a very active, people are citing him a lot, and a lot of the newer papers that are coming out are discussing exactly what you're talking about. Tim, before you go on,
Brendan
yeah.
had a question.
Brendan,
Brendan,
I just wanted to ask Todd. He mentioned quantum gravity. He mentioned that I'm not sure that he had a theory of quantum gravity, because in conventional physics, when they say quantum gravity, they don't mean quantum gravity. They mean the search for quantum gravity. So I was just wondering, do you have a theory that of a real?
I have a model. It's an engineering model. That's the title of the first paper, is an engineering model of quantum gravity. And I look at it, I take the interpretation, the reciprocal interpretation of general relativity as in terms of matter instead of space-time.
Now, if I could jump in, I want to try and keep things focused on Greg's presentation. Todd, do you think that you might be able to speak on this later for Brendan? I mean,
I'm open.
If you want, you haven't talked about it in quite a while. If I could let me put my 2 cents in. So when I first heard about Todd's work, he's doing theoretical work. He's doing it from kind of an engineering perspective. I didn't have any opinions about it, but I said, well, I'm not sure, right? I just don't know what to think. And I started hearing from several people that I look up to and I trust. They said Todd's on the right track. So Todd, I really respect your work. It'd be wonderful if you wanted to represent some of that, I'm not a physicist either.
One of these days.
Yeah, as I mentioned to Greg earlier in the week, I'm not a physicist, but I play one on TV or something along those lines. So, but I'm way behind you guys.
I can post a link in the chat to the paper if you like.
Okay, yeah, and I may take you up on the interview thing. Once I get a little bit more caught up here. So. Okay, so let me see more questions for Greg. Harold had a question. Harold was saying, Greg, keep it going. You're in good track. Harold had a question for Justin earlier. Okay, well, so I think that's everything then. I think we're all set. Well, let me do this then. Let me put this thing back on gallery view. Everybody, please give another enormous applause for Mr. Greg Hodgin. Greg, that was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And again, my email is in there. I will be back later on today. I need to eat. But I'm happy to go into more detail about what we're doing, what's going on, and how we're going to do this with Fusion. And it's kind of fun. It's really fun to kind of do these things, and I'm excited to see where we're going to go. And we're starting to pick up a lot of steam. Like I said, a lot of people don't care about warp drive, but when you talk about using it for fusion technology, all of a sudden people start paying a lot more attention. And having that kind of power source means we can all do all kinds of really cool stuff that we can only dream of right now. Oh.
Wonderful. Yeah. Wonderful. Okay. Well, Greg, thank you again, sir. So let me do this. I'm going to see Mark Sokol is here. I believe Mark is up next. And so the only way to top these two presentations is for Mark to blow stuff up. But fortunately, he's got his Pogledoff impulse generator working. So we should be able to blow some stuff up today. Mark,
yes,
there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, now
are you ready? Do you have the explosion sequence primed for us?
Yes, we do.
Are you getting feedback, sir?
Turn the sound down over there.
So if I could, and Mark needs no introduction, but so for anybody who missed it last time
over here.
So Mark, you did a demo of the Pogledoff impulse generator, right? And you've been building this thing for quite a while. You guys had a leak in the vacuum chamber, and if I remember correctly, part of the problem there was it was letting the pressure equalize too much. So you didn't have enough pressure because of the leak, and that came out of the fluid basically cracking it, right? The cryo fluid cracked it.
Yes. So the cryogenic cracked. The cryogenic where the liquid nitrogen was entering the chamber, it caused a crack in the acrylic. So instead of repairing that last one, we just replaced it with a new acrylic board with a different superconductor in this experiment. Another problem that we had with the high-speed camera, which is right behind me, was too close to the experiment. So this time we moved the experiment all the way down to the other side of the shop. It's about 30 feet away. There's a zoom lens on the high-speed camera. And if you check out on our other login to this conference, over there, Falcon Labs, there's actually a still frame of the device firing. This is without the Helmholtz coil and without the superconductor being chilled. We were just firing the Marx generator. You're able to see the frame where it fired. So that's pretty cool. That happened just a couple of minutes ago. So I'll just give you guys a rundown of the experiment.
Well, and thank you, Mark. Thank you so much for redoing this also.
Turn the audio back on over there if you guys want to hear. Okay, so here's the high-speed camera set up with the zoom lens. And the experiment is all the way down here this time. Basically, we have little lead weights that are hanging from this setup over here. And supposedly this experiment's supposed to create a gravity impulse. So if there is an impulse, we'll see a movement in these lead weights. What's going on inside the vacuum chamber is there is a superconductor, small gap. Then there's a silver copper puck over there that's acting as the ground. These two coils are large Helmholtz coils that are providing a homogeneous magnetic field across the spark gap. So it's essentially a large spark plug. And providing power is a 1 million volt Marx generator that me and Jeremiah Pop built back a year or two ago specifically for this purpose. What's powering the Helmholtz coils is a hybrid battery from the hybrid battery shop in the base of this chamber. So that's pretty much the setup over here. Now, if I can get the guys over here, we can start setting it up. It will take a couple of minutes to chill the superconductor down to cryogenic temperatures. And once that happens, we'll be ready to fire. You should highlight the second, the Falcon Labs view as well, because that is going to be live with the high-speed camera as soon as the data comes in from that as well. Okay, Tom, can you pour some liquid nitrogen into one of those doors?
Okay, so Mark, I have both cameras pinned.
Okay, perfect.
So perfect. Yeah, looks great, man. Actually, this looks awesome.
Okay, so here's actually the live view. That's what it looks like live right now. We have Jachin over here. He's going to be the one triggering the high-speed camera. You have to push the button within 0.3 seconds in order to get the image. And here the action right now is we're scooping out the liquid nitrogen. So during the APEC anniversary, this was all done off camera. Oh, careful there. Maybe able to just pour it straight in. Just put this off to the side and use the entire bucket. Yeah, you can pour the whole thing at once. Okay. I'll give you a hand with it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, start pouring it in. Into that part where the marks. Oh, you don't need that. You don't need that. No, that would just block. Into the copper end spout. As much as it will take. Yeah. Tom said he doesn't know what he's doing. If we knew what we were doing, it wouldn't be research. That's a good line from Professor Earl. It's starting to shell. There. Starting to turn frosty in there. In this setup, I designed in a little kink in the pipe so that liquid nitrogen will tend to stick around closer to the superconductor. This may take a while to cool it down, probably about 5 minutes or so. Tim, how about you? Can you give guys an overview about this experiment? Because you were actually the person who interviewed Professor Potkonov about his gravity beam experiment back in the 2000s. Tim, are you there?
I don't think Tim is there, but I can explain what the experiment's about.
I'll go for it.
All right. So, yeah, what Dr. Petletnov did back in the 90s was it's a copper tube with a superconductor at the end, and there's a gap between it.
Yep.
That's the anode, and the cathode. The cathode is grounded. And then these two brown circles around it are Helmholtz coils to create a uniform magnetic field, so that when the charge leaves the superconductor and the spark crosses the gap, it will go in a straight line. It'll follow the magnetic flux. And the objective is there should be a camera on a target that's going to show us when this thing fires if these pendulums swing, because it should initiate a gravitational impulse, which should be able to swing the pendulums. That's the goal. The theory behind it is that the gravitational impulse is related to the magnetic vector potential. And the greater the magnitude of a magnetic vector potential you can get aimed at the pendulum, the more coupling to a gravitational potential you'll have. So it's kind of like gravitomagnetism.
You know, I really want to hand it to Mark too. Mark, you've done amazing setup on this. The camera, the pendulums, all of this looks really great.
And I have to thank, of course, the team that helped us. Tom, Gene, Wayne, Jella came out here and set up the pendulum setup. It does look like we have another leak here. I'm seeing like air flowing very rapidly, so we might have to hurry up and just test this thing. Gene, are you ready? Keep pouring until you're done. Yeah. How much more do you have in the?
Is the vacuum pump on?
The vacuum pump is on continuously. Yeah, it's pretty. It's about 28, negative 28.
I hear it.
So it's not a very strong vacuum. Okay, so let me look up the Helmholtz coil. What happened? Okay, let's stand back and we're gonna fire it now. Okay.
Where's your target?
Target's all set up. Jachin, you ready?
Can't see it.
You gotta see it on the other camera.
I don't see another camera.
Hey, Todd, it's the Falcon Space, Falcon Labs.
Falcon Labs.
Oh, okay.
Go to gallery and look for Falcon Labs.
1 second. Jachin, get ready to fire. You got it? Okay, let's do one more time. From the side over here, you can see a lot of air flowing into the chamber.
Doesn't look like anything moved. The difference here is that Petnov had supposedly, according to the paper, had a megajoule behind it. We have how much, Mark?
This is a very small amount of power in terms of joules, but we do have plans as soon as we perfect this setup to take it to a lab here in Massachusetts that will be able to give us that megajoule of power. Okay, so we're gonna head over to the high speed right now and try to get a view of what we captured with that.
I did see a spark even on the regular camera, so.
Okay, how many shots did you capture? So you got 3? Oh, okay. It may have covered over a couple of them because there's only 4 signs that were available.
Mark, why don't I unpin the Falcon Labs camera now?
That's actually where we're going right now. Is the Falcon Labs
Okay.
camera.
I'll leave them both pinned then. Yeah, I think that this was heads and tails better than the last one. And this gives us an excuse. The Air Leak gives us an excuse for next APEC.
Yeah, it is visible. I caught it on my cell phone. With these kind of experiments, things happen very quickly. So it's great to have them going on live. So this is from sign 1. Basically, I chop up the memory in the camera into 4 different sections. Each one of those sections gives us 0.31 seconds at 7,500 frames per second in full resolution with this camera. So we'll go on to sign 2. Now this should have been ran with the with everything. Let's see if we can find the spark. If you don't trigger it within 0.3 seconds, then all you'll see is the device just sitting there. And try to, no, I don't want to play record speed. I don't think we captured anything in sign 2. Looks like it's sign 3. See what that got. We capture anything here?
Mark, there's a white frame, and that's when the Mark's generator goes off. So look for like you get an EMP on the.
We got any images.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I just saw it. It's right around here is where it happens. The thing is, you're looking for 1 frame out of a couple thousand. If you're running them at 30 frames a second, in order for playback, It's pretty hard to even see the spark. It's right over here. There. Okay. Now, some of this may not show up on Zoom until I slow it down a lot more. Oh, there it is. Hmm. Oh, there we go. We'll go back one frame at a time. Okay, there it is. So that is it firing. You can see the airflow coming in around the pipe. So we probably have to epoxy this again. The acrylic didn't break in this instance, so it probably just needs a second thing of acrylic. But that is just one frame out of like 10,000 or something like that. No,
Are you able to
out
share
of,
the screen?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you able to share the screen?
Yeah, we're sharing the screen right now. Can you see it?
No, I can just see. All I can see is you.
Tim, can you fix that? It's the Falcon Labs screen.
Yes, and it should. I'm not sure why that's not showing right, actually.
Yes, allow Mark to share screen or something.
No, it's the Falcon Labs screen. So
Yeah,
you
Tim,
probably have
hold on.
you might want to unpin the other
Try that.
camera.
How's that?
Yeah, I can
there
see
it
it now.
is.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I had pins in place, and it must not have been. They must have been glitching or something in Zoom.
Yeah, so that is the high speed view. I'm going to zoom it in so we can just grab those last few pictures. And you'll see exactly what we're talking about.
So what is this? Is this like some kind of gravity wave?
So this is a gravity experiment called the Pokletnev gravity impulse experiment.
Yeah, I can put a link in chat.
Oh, is the Helmholtz coil powered down? Check, make sure the Helmholtz coil powered down. Yeah, unplug it. Make sure we don't destroy the battery and burn up the cable. Okay, so that is from sign 3, and from sign 4, let me see what we captured here. Oh, we can do the analysis on this. Oh, there it is. That was pretty visible. That was probably a larger spark from. There's a 12-volt power supply. Unplugged. Okay. Was it unplugged or did you? Oh shit. Okay, so that Helmholtz is probably pretty hot. Okay. Are you guys seeing this?
Yeah, I saw a spark. Saw it light up.
Okay. Yeah. So now if we zoom in a little more, should be able to get the actual image. Okay, so that's the actual image where it fired. We are seeing some ionization around the grounding wire as well. So I guess probably need a better grounding cable. If it's powerful enough to ionize the grounding cable, that may be a problem. This is third attempt. This is second attempt. We didn't capture much. This was without any, without the Helmholtz coil powered up. It's spraying ions out vertically from the grounding part. So there's basically an alligator clip over here, attached to a copper rod, and at the end of the copper rod is a puck of silver that's acting as the anode in this case. And without the Helmholtz coil powered up, the ion beam just flows out in all directions. But with it on, it seems to be a lot more condensed. And this is also with the cryogenics attached. In this last attempt, it seems like we've got a couple more joules powered into it. That may be because I charged up the Marks bank a little slower, so the capacitors had more time to accept a charge. And that is the end of the results of what we got from this run of the puck letting up experiment. It did take quite a while to set this up on its own. We're probably going to have to fix. There's an air leak coming in from over here. You can see air flowing along the pipe, and it's probably somewhere right over there where there's air getting into the chamber, especially when we started applying cryogenics. So it maybe the shrinking cause some problems, but we'll get that figured out and give it another run.
Yeah, Mark, that's wonderful. So do you think you might be able to run this next APEC? This could be a continuing saga.
Yeah, I mean the thing is kind of like set up already, so there's not that much work to get going. And our goal is to get this experiment to a point where we're able to take it up to Massachusetts, where they have a megajoule, like several million joules of power available at 2.3 million volts. And at that point, we'll come to them. We'll say, hey, we know how to do everything else. Give us the power. Let's see what happens then. This is probably less than 100 joules. It is at almost a million volts, but it is less than 100 joules. So the fact that we're not seeing anything is not indicative of pure failure. It's definitely failure at 100 joules, but to go from 100 to a million, that's several orders of magnitude more powerful.
Do you think the magnets are strong enough in the Helmholtz coils? Because they're quite a distance away.
How strong do they need to be?
I'm not sure.
You talked to Podklanov back in the day, right? You had an interview with him.
They're fine.
For American Anti-Gravity.
It has to be that big to get a uniform field throughout the space where we're trying to get it to work.
Okay.
What's the practical application of this? What sort of practical applications are there for the Podklanov?
Well, so what Podklanov had said was so in the chamber, you basically have a mostly evacuated chamber with basically a spark gap onto a superconducting electrode. And then you've got coils wrapped around it, right? So Mark is definitely, and Podklanov put it in the paper. I put a link to that in chat. Supposedly, when you discharge, I think it was 5 million volts or something like that, from a Marx generator, it generates a beam of gravitational energy. And Podklanov specifically said that he said that it warps metals, like hitting them with a hammer. And he said that it would crumble brick. And he said that it propagated, he said he followed the beam path of damage essentially after this thing. And I believe he said that it went close to a mile, if I remember right, or a kilometer. I don't recall. It was quite a while ago.
A kilometer away or something like that. Not punch holes.
Yeah, so Brendan, imagine what you can do with a gravity beam that can't be shielded against, that can go several miles. Probably military applications, but if the concept is true, and if we can get away from having to use superconductors and using maybe high electron drift velocity materials like graphene instead, it may have practical applications for space flight as well.
Propulsion, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
understanding gravity.
Yeah, the idea, as Todd explained it, was that it's just a bunch of electrons that pair up, become Cooper pairs, and then they meet this vacuum and they push space-time with them. I mean, Todd can explain it a little better. There's several different theories about why this experiment would work.
Does it require vacuum?
Yes, there is a vacuum there. The entire chamber that you see in front of you is an acrylic tube with a vacuum pump attached to it. Vacuum pump is actually still on right now. And
is it an ion pump?
No, this is a two-stage. It's not an expensive or high-end pump. We're not looking for a pure vacuum. Like Tim explained, this was a weak vacuum. Somebody else recommended that we try a low-pressure helium atmosphere in there, which would be kind of interesting to try.
Well, I was thinking something similar, which is instead of basically you back pressure it with the dry nitrogen that you produce from your LN2 tank, because nitrogen. So when I used to test the infrared sensors, I would use cryogenic liquids, and the big problem was that it would ice up really quick, and then the problem is that that thin layer of ice that's a point of leakage current. So you're basically leaking a lot of your currents going into the water vapor, basically. And so by using dry nitrogen, that's what you would use to keep the thing from icing up, because then it's not gonna ice unless you get below the temperature of liquid nitrogen, which you're putting in there. So just a suggestion that you have a tank of dry nitrogen and you just back pressure it.
That wasn't. We also have some helium balloons here that we're thinking of putting in some helium inside, because helium at around 4 Kelvin or at pretty low temperatures will become a superfluid. So there's a possibility that with the impulse and the cold temperatures that we have, which aren't quite cold enough, but perhaps we get some of the superfluid.
Liquid helium is a lot more problematic than liquid nitrogen. You have to have a vacuum doer, and I worked on a long way by
not liquid nitrogen. I'm talking about nitrogen from a Happy Birthday balloon.
Okay. So you're saying basically you just use regular helium gas, essentially, which is inert.
Yeah,
be a good idea since it's an inert gas.
Another thing to try would be to backfill it with argon gas that we use for our welding machine. So that was another concept.
Isn't that poison gas though?
Argon, no. Argon's not poisonous.
Okay, good.
You're breathing argon right now.
Oh, okay.
Trace my now.
Argon's about 1% in the air.
I keep remembering something about the disc having to spin.
Oh my God.
That's a different
That's a different experiment. Yeah.
That's a different experiment. But how are you going to get a disc like this to spin? I would marvel at the engineering challenge on its own to get a cryogenic disc inside of a vacuum chamber with a Helmholtz coil, millions of volts of electricity, and it's spinning. I mean,
maybe Legos might come up with something that we could use.
I've always been a fan of Kinects.
Mark, I think this is a really brilliant experiment. It looks compelling. I mean, and it's well constructed. So you guys have put a ton of work into this. In fact, when you're done here, we definitely need to do an applause when you're done showcasing this.
I think I'm done showcasing it for now. I'm probably going to snap a couple of these little shots of the experiment running and upload them all together onto YouTube, or we could put it on the APEC channel as well.
Okay, let's do this then. Let me remove the spotlight. I want to put this thing on gallery. Everybody, Mark Sokol and the Falcon Labs team. These guys deserve an enormous hand. So
guys are clapping for you.
Yeah, we're clapping. I'll clap again.
Ted Pittman's here as well.
Oh, Ted, welcome, sir.
Ted, yeah, we actually built something really cool with Ted, but we're keeping it it looks really amazing. It's going to be coming out later, and you guys should stay tuned for the gravity diode. That's his gyroscope machine in quad form. We'll put 4 of them together so that they balance out each other's wobbles. And right now we're working through the kinks of the motors controller. He's actually on the computer right now trying to figure out the kinks. I don't think it's going to be ready for. Is it going to be ready today? He doesn't think it's going to be ready today for presentation, but my fingers are all chopped up from all the metal. Tom as well. He had very sharp edges on that. When you machine stuff, you sometimes end up with really sharp 90-degree edges that can cut your fingers. Michael, you have your hand up?
Yeah. Just a quick question. While your Podklepnov machine's still set up, more or less, it would be interesting to try putting the weights in other areas around the thing, just to see what would happen. Might as well while it's all set up.
Is there a way to do that, Mark? I mean, do you think you could limp it along in terms of?
I will have to go back there and see how badly that leak is.
Maybe not today then. But I mean, while it's
I don't think I should do that live because the setup alone would probably take a half an hour, which you guys are just going to watch me, organize stuff. But I probably could do it. But
I think it's a brilliant experiment. I think and so to my knowledge, Podklepnov and Modenese wrote the paper, right? They never did video or anything like that. Claude Power, and I think you sent me to Claude Power in France did a replication, if I remember correctly, and he claimed it produced results, but he's not going to share what he believes is his secret sauce. And I think that's it. I think you were the third person in the world to attempt this. So
let's not forget Mr. George Hathaway ran a replication of this experiment. And he was using Van de Graaff generators, 2 Van de Graaff generators, which have a lot less power in terms of joules than our current setup. And he used all glass, and he was going crazy about getting the most perfect vacuum for his experiment, which isn't true to the experiment because the experiment itself didn't have a perfect vacuum. It had like you said, a weak vacuum. An imperfect vacuum.
Okay.
I just
but you interviewed Podklepnov back in the 2000s, right?
Yeah, I interviewed him I think I interviewed him 3 or 4 times overall, actually. But and then the force beam experiment, if I remember right, there was 1, and then I did a follow up. It's been a long time though.
What is his current status? Is he able to come on APEC and talk about this?
No, I haven't heard. I can reach out to him. I haven't heard from him in about 2 years since the end of the pandemic. Actually, probably December 2020. So just about 2 years.
I just want to say that Paul Laviolette has an explanation for the Podklepnov gravity beam generator in his book Subquantum Kinetics.
Oh, and Brendan, should we mention Paul is very ill also. Brendan mentioned that before the conference started.
Paul's very ill with cancer. I mean, he's had it for a while, but he hadn't wanted it known about before, and that he may have only a few days to live. So he's in Greece at the moment with his wife and family.
Live long, Paul. Paul is actually one of the inspirations that got me into anti-gravity. His book, Anti-Gravity Propulsion, was the first book I ever got on this subject, and I read it thoroughly.
So yeah, Brendan, thank you for sharing that. I wasn't aware of that either. I'll just reach out an email and
Okay, thank you.
I see Robert Tobias has his hand up.
Oh yeah, Robert, go for it, sir.
Yeah. Have you been in contact with Dr. Thorsten Ludwig? You met him at the Albuquerque, New Mexico conference, according to Thorsten, anyway. But he has some interesting historical information on Podklanov. Both Podklanov, his father, and some Austrian physicist whose name escapes me, who provide some historical background.
The name doesn't ring a bell. I meet a lot of people at these conferences and don't necessarily reach out to all
Okay,
of them.
well, so
afterwards.
that's
Yeah.
okay. I can give you his email address. I can put it in the chat.
If you could
But-
put that in chat, I had Robert. If I think if I think you're alluding to what I think you're alluding to, there was this idea that Podklanov's father might have gotten some of this from secret weapons research during World War II.
That's correct.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that from a couple of sources as well.
Okay.
I've never had any confirmation of that, but
Well, at any rate, Thorsten might provide some additional confirmation on that.
Okay.
wonderful. Okay, well, Mark, thank you, sir. Thank you. So let's do this. Let me go back into my website here and see where we're at.
I think next was
I think Todd was next, right?
Todd.
Yeah, so Todd actually,
And that comes back.
I'm
That comes
working
back
with
to Mark.
here. It's another
That's-
experiment.
Yeah.
so this
So-
is another experiment with Todd using the same high voltage power supply.
Okay. Well, but before we do that, though, let me put this thing again. Gallery view. Mark, I got to give him another applause. I want to do this real quick. I mean, he has been working like crazy. He's working on a ton of different devices. The Podklanov device, though, is brilliant. I mean, it's a lot to try and build, and they've had all sorts of little technical quirks and stuff like that. So, Mark, thank you, sir. I can't thank you enough. I mean, that's a lot to pull off. There's going to be bumps along the road, but thank you for demonstrating that.
My
So
pleasure.
yeah, Todd and Mark, it's your guys' turn. I'm sorry.
Oh, Mark,
mute
do we
myself.
have a camera on the device and a camera for the laser dot?
Okay, I probably can try to get that. So the device is right over here, and the laser dot will have the laser dot down on the other side of the room. So let me see if I can get a.
Okay,
camera.
now, so this is let's preface this. This is the ion drive. Todd, could you describe this for us a little bit?
Yeah, it's very similar to Podkletnov's experiment. This is an aluminum tube. It's 4 inches in diameter and 12 inches long, and it's capped with plastic caps. So it's mostly sealed. There's a wire coming out the bottom that fills the bottom hole, and a wire connected at the top there to a threaded rod that goes all the way through. This device, inside it, there's a large capacitor, high voltage capacitor, and a spark gap, similar to what we were just looking at. When he charges it up and the spark jumps, the objective is, and we loosely call this an ion drive, because really, if it's not an ion drive, it's supposed to be, the idea is to simulate what we think a tic-tac is doing. And in that sense, as the capacitors charge up and they reach the breakdown voltage of the spark gap, the charge races around the outside of the tube. And because of the high voltage on the outside of the tube, it's attracting the air. And when the pulse of current flows, it will exert force on the air, causing it to change position. And Mark, how do you have that set up? You have it set up that if it thrusts up, the laser goes up?
Yeah. In this current configuration, it's set so that when it thrusts up, the laser goes up.
Well, I like the fact that there's kind of a model behind this too. I mean, with Podklanov, I got the impression that it was very ad hoc, right? Like he was just doing experiments based on what he thought, and eventually he saw something work. So I like the fact with yours that there's kind of a model behind it.
Yeah, it's basically I'm thinking in terms of if you were going to make a sealed tube that could move through the air really quick, how would I do it? And my objective is to gain traction in the air. So if we charge the hull up to a very high voltage, it attracts the air, and when it discharges and the current flows, there's an electric field that opposes it. That will push the air with it. So kind of like a frame dragging effect. And who knows, hopefully if it was in a vacuum and in a high enough electric field, you could get a frame dragging effect. But
well, that almost reminds me of what Justin was talking about with MHD, maybe, right?
It is. It's all related.
This camera needs to
very
point
similar.
to the green dot.
It's kind of an MHD without the magnets and outside the hull instead of between the plates.
And later on, I'll see if I can find Naudan's page. He had one. His was very different. In fact, yours probably works a lot better. If but
I don't think it works great. We saw what it did last week, and it
We
was
get the laser dot over here.
Yeah, well,
but it did work. It did what we expected it to do. So it just very small effect compared to what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
All right, Todd. So we have the high speed camera pointing at the screen right now, and that should give us a view of the green dot over there. See if there's any. And are you able to see it on the
You
Falcon?
got to hook up the wires first before you line that up. It's gonna
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm gonna hook up the wires first. Yeah, the wires will contribute a lot.
Yeah.
They bottomed out. Bring it out. So, funnily enough, we actually saw some results with this thing. It was kind of moving. Not a lot, but there was some movement, and there was a bit of a creep in the scale as well over time. So, for the first setup, Todd, do you want to do negative on the inside or negative on the outside?
Negative on the inside.
Well, so if it's moving air, you have don't you have a fog machine or something, Mark?
Yeah, we have a whole bunch of incense
worked
sticks.
last time.
The incense.
Yeah,
I used to use smoke bombs, but they cover everything with everything gets covered.
Too much.
It's
That's too much smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The incense worked okay.
Yeah, it did work pretty well. I'll grab an incense stick. Or Jatine, can you grab one? Can you grab an incense stick?
A couple of them.
A couple of them. And a lighter. Okay, so we're hooked up now. Let's see if I can line it up. Sorry, it's going to take a little bit to get this thing going because we are using the exact same power supply we used for the impulse experiment. So. Now, to keep the scale from jumping all over the place, there is a third arm over here. We put a little weight on that as well. Sort of balances out the scale. Let's see if we can find a sweet spot. Okay, now it's kind of hanging there. Are you guys able to see the green dot on the board?
On the other screen?
Yeah. Well, not really. in a weird way, I can see kind of reflection of the laser. I think the board is too bright, but I could see a reflection there.
Oh, I could dim that down then. I just added another weight to it, so that should help balance things out. It's quite difficult to get this thing balanced. It just wants to go down now. That's what happens when your equipment is a little bit too sensitive and just wants to bounce all over the place. Okay, so maybe some.
You need a
Just
damper on the.
a little bit of that
thing.
silly putty stuff to mount those close by, so we can get a good view of that.
You need to add a little bit of a damper on there, man. It's too.
There is a damper. I need to increase the damper size. Okay. So we're using for a damper, it's just weights on the bottom of it. And looks like we need to increase the weight. Put the larger lead weight on the bottom. I'm sorry I didn't have this all set up. It was impossible to have it all set up beforehand. Todd, what's your plans with this device?
For right now, we're going to show this what it can do. Hopefully, in the videos this time, we'll get some good data, and then I have other versions of it I'm working on, more like the Podgletnov impulse experiment, and then some other ideas to try to figure out how to maximize this. Because, I mean, obviously these devices, flying saucers, UAPs, fly. And conservation of energy and momentum tells me it's got to be moving some air. I'm yet to find anything that's going to move enough air to lift something the size of what we're seeing. So I'm still thinking about it. How do we manipulate gravity? How do we make this magnified? Terahertz waveguides. What's the effect of that on air? Or what is the effect of a terahertz waveguide on the outside of the hull? How is this caused?
Yeah, we can see the green beam now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're setting up the incense stick, so that should give us a better view of the air flows around it. And okay, now you can see the dot. Let's get that in focus. I'm going to lower the exposure time on this, so let's get it down a little bit. Too much. Okay, that's people walking through the shop right now. Okay,
looks good.
Okay, can you just draw a black circle around where it is right now? Okay. I'm gonna scooch on past.
Yeah, the drifting is not important. What's important is that when it fires, and you'll hear it fire,
there shouldn't be too much drift in this configuration. We are powered up and ready to go. It should trigger any second now. $25,000 volts in there. Now the air is blowing away from it now. There, it just triggered.
See it rise up when it triggers?
Fired. Fired. Yeah, it is rising up when it fires.
Don't always hear it. I don't know if it's rocking or what.
And so it's rising because of air movement, right, Todd? Is that the?
Yeah, when it fires, it's pushing air down.
Okay. I see. Yeah.
You're able to see that air is flowing away from it now. Before the breeze was just going steady, and now the air is just flowing in a different direction. It's flowing out away from it.
By making the outside positive, we're repelling the positive ions from the smoke, but it's attracting electrons. And electrons have a much higher velocity.
No. Okay, so we powered it down right now, and now you'll be able to see the smoke is rising a bit straighter than it was before. There is a little bit of residual power in it. It's about 10,000 volts. The capacitors are not going to discharge in a second, but I'm going to charge them up again. And it's going to fire any second now. I'll just say each time it fires. Fire. 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 Fire.
You can see when it fires,
Fire.
it pushes the smoke.
You can see that, yes.
It pushes
see
it
that
down.
here as well.
It's pushing it down and out.
Yep, we can see that here. Also, last time when we had smoke sticks a little closer to it, there was these toroidal rings that were
Eddy
of
currents,
smoke in the air.
Like little solitons, kind of.
Yeah.
Like little donuts.
Yeah.
Donuts flying through the air.
Smoke rings.
Smoke rings, yeah, exactly. Now, just to make sure everyone understands, this experiment, we're working with probably less than 20 joules of energy here. These are high voltage but low power overall.
All right. Now imagine how much air this could move if it was 40 feet long and 10 feet in diameter.
Yeah, you'd need a lot of power for it, and maybe superconducting magnets or something along those lines.
But it may be able to change speeds very quickly. If you can move a ton of air all at once along a long hull, it can move very fast.
Yeah, and again, in fact, I'll bring the page up on my end now.
I'll just give you ideas exactly what's happening. I'm going to walk through the beam for a second.
So I think that's pretty much it. Right, Mark?
You guys can see you could probably see a little spark going through where that hole, where the Kapton tape is. And
I can't see the Kapton tape.
There's Kapton tape covering the hole.
Camera up, Mark.
The camera's pointed at the floor.
Just there.
Oh, there it goes. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I would say this experiment is successful, right?
Yeah.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah, it's just not as much as I wanted it to move. I wanted it to have a little more kick to it, but I only put 4 capacitors in it. That hole is there because I designed it to fit 6. I have 2 more right here. Should have sent them to you with it.
Could someone briefly just go over what the experiment's about again?
Essentially, it's trying to simulate how I think a Tic Tac moves. The Tic Tac UAP, which is supposedly like a 40-foot long cylinder with nothing but some fins on the outside and no motors. So the objective is to show that from a charged energy source inside, without any exhaust coming from inside, just moving charge around on the hull can cause it to move.
Yeah, if you ionize the air, you can push against the air with a magnetic field. That's the, and when you guys want, I can actually put the JLN labs, and that's an ancient page. I mean, that's like circa 2001 or
I've
something.
probably
But
seen half a dozen times. Thank you.
yeah, well, I figured I'd put it up for the folks who were attending, and that way they could take a look.
Okay, is everyone seeing the green light as well on the whiteboard?
Mhm.
That's on the second camera. Okay, yeah, because you need both of those in tandem in order to get an idea of what's going on over here. Basically, the laser light is shining across the shop about 20, 30 feet, something like that. We have a high precision balance scale with a laser light attached to it, and that's giving us an indication exactly what's happening with this test device. It's pretty low power, although I am smelling a bit of ozone in the area. And it seems like the air inside of the test chamber has become more conductive because it's starting to fire faster.
Yeah, as it fires, it's eroding the steel rod. So if it makes some smoke in there, and eventually it's going to change the air. So
that's the settings on the power supply right there.
Yeah, I think you can shut it down. I think we've
Okay.
demonstrated what we want to show. And
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate the help.
So I'm going to remove the spotlight there. So let me put this thing back on gallery mode. Everybody, another applause, this time for Mr. Todd Desiato
and Mark
Sokol.
Thanks.
We're working together for, I guess we would call it a successful experiment. So let me very quickly share the screen just so you guys can see this. And sorry, stop share. Let me share the correct screen. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so it's showing for everybody but me. There it is. This is, and I'll paste this link into chat here. Okay, this is the JLN Labs page. This is the one that I've kind of gone back to several times. His idea was based on past ideas. MHD, as everyone has described, is not new. Again, Justin Pearson was talking about something vaguely similar. Mark and Todd were working with an experiment that's vaguely similar to this. In JLNs, you can see this twisted coil here. Basically, he's using this, he's energizing this with the high voltage, and there's an electromagnet that's placed like underneath it or on top of it, around it. And you can, once you have ionized the air, you can move it. The other thing, and if you guys scroll down, let me see. Maybe this is the best one to show you. The Artem Morningstar. If I remember correctly, and again, you guys can see this thing is ancient. Oh, and he's not going to give you a better picture of the skin. So the idea was to create kind of a caterpillar drive. This glow discharge panel might be better. Basically, you can see he has a single coil here that's energized with a high voltage. The coil itself is supposed to move the air, right? And there are some other advantages also. Advanced reduced drag aircraft project. One of the ideas was if you put a high voltage on the air, it disrupts the boundary layer around a wing. And that's why people have claimed that this technology may already be in place on the B-2 bomber, because the boundary layer could be spotted by radar. And so the idea is if you disrupt the boundary layer, you can reduce drag at the very least. And that's something that we saw with lifters. High voltage ion flow goes right through the boundary layer and it just completely disrupts it. The other thing is with this coil, if this was a series of different coils, if you energize these at different times and then you move them, you can create a sequence that's like a caterpillar drive. It inches the air along it. And of course, if you do that rapidly, then in theory, you could create some kind of, fast airflow. So you guys have the link to the Naudan page. I just put that in there. He had a bunch of variations that he built on this. And again, he wasn't the first. He's just the one that comes into my mind. So let me stop sharing there. But I thought that would be, you know, his approach, I guess, was kind of another approach. And then what Todd is doing is a little bit different. So, okay. So I guess we should probably see what's up next, unless you wanted to describe that more, Todd. Did you guys have more you wanted to do there?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Unless anybody has any more questions, that's it.
So why don't we do this then? Why don't we go to Mr. Michael Perrone, second law of thermodynamics. And Michael is actually working on, he's been working with Daniel Sheehan on a few projects related to this, some thermal battery projects. But I think he was going to start us out with kind of some overview info. So Michael.
So yeah, so I can, unfortunately, I was still working on the presentation for this. So, but what I can do, I guess, is talk about at least in general, I could talk about like what I've got going on in general terms in
yeah, go for it.
Non-informal sense, and then if and actually, then when I finish this presentation, we can go over the formal presentation on your channel afterwards and get all the details up.
Okay,
because,
well, why don't we do that then? Why don't we? Yeah, if it's okay, just give everybody a rundown on.
Sure.
Because you've been working with Professor Sheehan, and then you've been continuing to do research, and then you're planning projects also. So if you could maybe just do an overview of all that, that'd be great.
Sounds good. So, I guess I'll use what I have in my presentation as an outline while I talk. So, where to begin? So what, I talked to a friend of mine long ago, and he was saying at some point, if the laws of thermodynamics hold, we're going to have to try to escape this universe to escape the heat death of the universe. And I thought to myself, well, what if we're trapped not by the laws of the universe, but by our understanding of them? If there's any chance that the laws of thermodynamics are, as we understand them, are not the true laws of the universe, then that would be just as effective as trying to escape a universe, as trying to redefine our understanding of it. And once I dug into the info or the research, I saw that especially recently, there were a number of counterexamples to the second law of thermodynamics with experimental replications in multiple labs and based on actionable theories and principles. So what I would like to do is kind of give an overview of the intention of this presentation was to give an overview of that, but some of these things I still haven't added any of the pictures. So we'll just go so anyway, where to begin here? As a background knowledge for this, you really want to know, as a college or graduate student, you got to know your linear algebra, your calculus, and your statistics as a starting place. Then from linear algebra, you can learn Markov chains and Hamiltonians and Lagrangians. From calculus, you learn your PDEs. From statistics and PDEs, you take a look at quantum mechanics, and then the Hamiltonians and Lagrangians come in there. And yeah, there's a ton of different things to learn in order to really formally approach and formally test thermodynamics. You need to be aware of all of this stuff in order to really formulate and test these things. So, I'll go over that with Tim at a later date, I guess. So I guess the weak point for the second law of thermodynamics at the moment is in it's not in the formula. So thermodynamics itself is self-consistent, but the issue arises in, or the potential violations arise from what axioms and assumptions that we make. So if I can jump to that. So for example, we assume something called ergodicity. Ergodicity is basically that every possible state of your system is accessible, which means that the individual microstates all have similar order of magnitudes of probabilities of being reached by other microstates. And under that assumption, if you flip a coin for where the energy heads to in the next instant of time, then eventually the energy will spread out and disperse. And maybe the probabilities aren't equal everywhere, so you'll get some Hamiltonian, but it's still a steady state ultimately. You have some function that the system settles into as a minimum, as a steady state. So and then you can do no further work and entropy is essentially maximized. So that's an assumption, and it can be violated. There are a number of physical counterexamples like the graphene energy harvester. So in those sorts of situations, you have a state like thermal phonons in a lattice, and it gets captured into a capacitor. And then the probability that that energy will randomly go back into thermal motions in the material from that capacitor is negligible. The capacitor can hold charge for centuries or whatever. So that violates ergodicity. There's a lot of examples like that. So for the thermodynamic limit, that's another assumption. Basically, we're assuming we have enough particles to work with that statistical averages work, or well, all statistics work. So you need sufficient particles that you get, for example, a Boltzmann distribution, or just a normal distribution if you're working in the abstract case. And if you have just like 10 particles, temperature is not well defined. So every once in a while, these 10 particles will move around, and maybe they'll all go in the same direction. What's the difference between 10 particles moving in the same direction and something that's really cold, that's just what's the difference between the temperature and the motion in that situation? Temperature becomes poorly defined. And actually, that's how people make Bose-Einstein condensates. If you have a laser, you can make sure that all these particles are moving up and down at the same speed. And yes, the particles collectively have a lot of kinetic energy, but relative to each other, they're moving very slowly. So relative to each other, they're very cold. That's the idea there. And when you have poorly defined temperature, then you also have your other thermodynamic variables poorly defined, and that can be exploited. And there's a couple of examples of that later on. And then Louisville's theorem is very important in equilibrium thermodynamics, but it really only holds for closed ergodic systems. You can have situations, you can have open systems where your volume in phase space changes. And that's anyway, yeah, all of these things don't necessarily hold. You have to make a lot of assumptions about your system in order for them to hold. And then from those assumptions, the rest of thermodynamics follows. And the rest of thermodynamics is self-consistent mostly. There's a few little things here and there, but really these assumptions themselves are not necessarily true for every physical system. Moreover, it's important how you define your boundaries for your system. So I got one of these pictures here. Yeah, so this will do for now. So get my camera. Yeah, so if you have a closed system, you can have Poincare cycles where energy moves around, and that doesn't do any work unless you define your system such that there's a heat sink and the system of interest. So if there's two things interacting, then you can define, like, thermodynamically, work is not defined unless you have at least those two things interacting with each other. So that's, yeah, how you define your thermodynamic variables depends on where you put your boundary conditions. So you can have a system that, for all intents and purposes, is doing something that looks like work, and then just because you say, oh, this is one system and that's another system, it doesn't count, at least logically, as work, unless you change your definitions of which is what counts as your system. So for the simplest possible example, to get the core idea of where these potential violations arise, we can use Markov chains. There's one thing here, and where's the other one? Yeah, so for Markov chain, yeah. So Markov chains are in some sense analogous to, where's that thing there? Just making sure. Okay, yeah, it's working. So Markov chains are in some sense in some sense, this is a state vector. So you have some energy in some states, and that's your microcanonical ensemble. And you have some probabilities that the energy goes from one state to another state in your system. And the important thing about Markov chains is that, at least multiplying on this side, all of the rows add up to 1. That's not necessarily true for columns. So that it's a simple matrix multiplication, but what it gets you when the rows add to 1 is that the quantity in that vector is conserved. So there's two examples in Markov chains which are not ergodic. And those are the absorbing Markov chain and the oscillating Markov chain. This is the simplest possible example for the oscillating Markov chain. And generally speaking, it doesn't have to be that simple. But generally speaking, the antisymmetric terms are the ones that are important for the oscillations. And then for absorbing Markov chains, you have one state where energy can enter that state via the column here, but it can't leave that state via the row. So you can think of that as you multiply your state vector, eventually your Hamiltonian will become essentially a Dirac delta. All of your energy will go into that state. And then nothing will happen, no work will be done if it's a closed system. Now with the oscillating Markov chain, you can do something interesting. You can, if you choose this to be half of that to be your, well, essentially the oscillating Markov chain minimizes the Poincare recurrence time. So that is, I guess, a conjecture at this point, but I think I can probably find a mathematical proof for that. But what's interesting is the Poincare recurrence time, if you know what state a system will be in after a certain amount of time, then you can take advantage of that. So if you split the system, like you set up your boundaries like this, then all of your energy goes to all of your energy goes to one side due to how you set up your transition probabilities. and it goes to one side in a predictable amount of time, then you can use that to do work in the other system. So that's kind of the simplest possible example. So Markov chains are kind of an extremely simple way of thinking about these sorts of systems. They're ultimately, you want your model to be based off of elementary quantum mechanics, and that you basically use Louisville's equation with a density matrix and all of those things. And there are a whole bunch of more thorough models like the Redfield equations, Alcubierre-Drive theorem. That's a simple model as well, I believe. And then there's the fish trap model and the sewing machine model, which are from this book, Challenges to the Second Law of Thermodynamics. So that's a good place to start. And yeah, those models, the fish trap model is kind of self-explanatory. You build a quantum system such that when a particle reaches a certain interface, it passes through. Not if, but when. So it's a stronger statement slightly than Maxwell's demon. And the only way that can be done is with quantum correlations from the polarons around your materials. So you would have to have some sort of enzymes or something along those lines that can interact in such a way that when they come into contact, they undergo this process. And then the sewing machine model is cool. It's basically you have whatever micromolecules that dissociate in an aqueous environment. Then you have an enzyme which brings them back together. And if there's a small dissociation energy associated with them coming apart, then that enzyme will recover a small amount of energy from doing that process. And one of the questions with these sorts of systems is, if you can simply recycle ambient heat, then why don't we see it in nature? So I have two thoughts on that. One, the energy density could be so much lower that it's not competitive with systems that use chemical energy directly, because you're talking about thermal interactions, which are in general, the volumetric energy density is 1,000 times lower roughly than a direct chemical reaction, of that order of magnitude at least. And then the other concern is the amount of resources that it takes to create an enzyme until that enzyme breaks. It can't recover the correct amount of energy to make that sustainable under those circumstances, or resources or whatever. And that's possible perhaps. Or maybe it's difficult in biology for some topological reason, sort of like how wheels, we were perfectly able to invent a wheel, but for nature to develop wheels naturally, that would be almost unthinkable due to the specific challenges of how things evolve and develop. Anyway, so Dan Sheehan released a paper this fall. He had so basically, what common properties do all these sorts of systems? I'll get into the example systems shortly, but what common properties do these systems all have from experiment that have been found so far? Because that will direct where to look for new systems that can potentially do this. So Daniel Sheehan, in his experiments, has found 4 common properties of these systems. First, they involve asymmetries at boundaries. So, for example, surfaces of metals or surfaces between polymers, 2 different types of polymers, for example, or ceramics and metals, whatever else. So, and then the system in question has to interact strongly with the thermal reservoir. So, for example, I described this idea of biological systems. You have some interaction with polarons as a particle approaches a membrane, and that causes the protein to unfold in a certain way that grabs it's a receptor, essentially. It grabs onto something due to that interaction. So those interactions, even up to room temperature, can retain some amount of quantum character. And so you can have things that correlate to each other and then stick. So there's quantum behavior, and then maybe there's some classical examples, but I think mainly Daniel Sheehan and Vladislav Kepek's book talks about the quantum cases. So then there's this idea of orthogonal work extraction. So the way the energy is going into the system, for example, heat diffusion, is not correlated with the way the energy is getting used. So, for example, in the graphene energy harvester, you have your thermal reservoir, and phonons pass over a sheet of graphene, and that those phonons get captured as an electrostatic charge in a capacitor. Same sort of thing I mentioned earlier. That capacitor is unlikely to release energy back into the original system, and you can attach that capacitor to anything, and it's not going to matter to the other system. I think that's what he means. Maybe he can speak more to that. That was slightly unclearly worded in his recent paper. But anyway, then there's this idea of a resettable metastable configuration. So, for example, with the sewing machine model, you have your enzyme, and once these two particles that correspond to a salt or some other molecule that can come apart easily, once those two molecules are in place on the enzyme, they snap together again. And then the enzyme goes back to its original form. That's the sense in which metastable is meant there. So you have some system that once a condition is met, it harvests some energy, and then at the end, nothing has changed about that original system after the materials are released, for example. Let's see. Oh, and then I had a few insights as well. Generally speaking, these systems will have minimum operating temperatures that are dependent on some property of the system. So, for example, if you have a thermionic device, you have two plates of metal with one with a low work function, then the other has a high work function. And if you heat that up to a sufficiently high temperature, then eventually the Boltzmann distribution on the two metal surfaces, some population will become higher energy than the lower of the two work functions, and that will cause thermionic emission on one of the plates, but not necessarily on the other plate. So that allows this configuration with these two plates in vacuum to store energy. But you can't, the output will be negligible until the Boltzmann distribution has there's a sufficient population of electrons with sufficient energy to jump off from one plate to the other. And that is basically directly correlated to the work function of that particular material. So in some sense, you can think of some of these systems as having like a virtual heat sink instead of a physical one that has something to do with some property of your system. So, and a lot of these systems have potential energy stored in them. I'll explain, well, let's see, which example system? Yeah, the graphene energy harvester is a good example again. So in order for the graphene energy harvester to work, you have a flake of graphene between two capacitor plates, and it will wiggle up and down. And the energy, you don't get any energy out unless you have an electrostatic charge on the graphene already. And And a lot of these systems also have potential energy. So for example, you could think of the thermal bath that the thermionic device I mentioned has. You can think of the high temperature as a potential energy threshold for the operation of the device as well. You could think of it that way. And yeah, these two realizations are related too. So this minimum operating temperature concept and then this potential energy concept are somewhat related for these devices. And also, one thing that may be the case, Daniel Sheehan mentioned that there's some asymmetry at boundaries. I suspect that also temporal boundaries are involved. So there was an old paper by, Friedrich Morgenthaler, where, I mean, he doesn't directly show this, but I show it in another paper somewhere. If you have an electromagnetic system where you change mu and epsilon, then that corresponds to changes in the wave speed V and the impedance gamma. And then that looks like this. So if you change your wave speed, your energy will go up or down. And if you change just your impedance, the energy will always go up. And there's a lot of nuance there. So you can have actually, it's not for sure that the energy will go. So this equation is not perfect on top, because in numerical simulations, what we found is if you've got two waves that cross on top of each other and then you change the impedance, you're changing their temporal derivatives, so you can actually cause them to cancel each other out. And the same sort of thing is true with, if you have one wave traveling, it can split into two due to reflections at the temporal boundary due to the change in impedance. So there's a lot of things that can happen, and usually you have an external energy source that you're causing the change in material properties with. But in principle, you could draw thermal energy from the material under certain circumstances, usually when you have a nonlinear hysteresis as well. So you have variable coefficient with nonlinear hysteresis. And in those sorts of systems, you're not changing or doing anything with your spatial boundaries. You're only modifying your temporal boundaries. So boundaries in a more broad sense than just spatial boundaries. But anyway, I can talk a little about the graphene energy harvester. So the reason why this works, or why this can work, is you've got your graphene flake between two capacitor plates, and thermal phonons come in from wherever the graphene is being held, and they go across the graphene. And the trick is the fluctuations on the graphene are not Boltzmann distributed, because thermal fluctuations in the lattice, especially if you choose your material property, you could have like lead oxide or something, something that's relatively relatively soft and relatively dense. You want to basically minimize the size of your thermal phonons, but generally speaking, in most materials, they're comparable to the size of the crystal lattice. That's not necessarily true on graphene. On graphene, the speed of sound is extremely high. So your thermal phonons will get stretched, almost like almost a magnifying lens. So all of these thermal phonons interacting with the edge of the graphene sheet, generally speaking, there will be a low population of them. And if there's a low population of thermal phonons, then you're not operating in the thermodynamic limit. And that's true for a lot of mesoscopic systems. So this graphene flake, for example, is generally meant to be about a micron across, maybe 10 at most. So because your population of phonons is very tiny, you don't get a Boltzmann distribution on the output, and that's why you can harvest that energy. And also you need something special called metal insulator metal diodes, which operate up to even optical frequencies in order to do that. And yeah, on the graphene flake as well, the other thing to notice is that thermodynamic temperature is not well defined. So same idea, if you have a bunch of particles going all in the same direction at once, That's the same as a very cold object, just with a very high kinetic energy, instead of like a hot gas. So the idea with the graphene sheet is that you also have a spatial dependence on temperature, where the interactions in the graphene sheet are very strong. So it's very stiff in one direction, and the interactions are very weak up across the sheet. So generally speaking, you're going to have up and down motions of these particles much more than left to right motions, especially with relatively low energy phonons. So your temperature is not well defined in two senses at least, and also with the proper diodes that operate at very high frequencies, you can rectify that thermal energy under those circumstances. So that's kind of the idea with the graphene energy harvester. And then you can take thermal energy, you put it in a capacitor, and then once there's enough energy stored up, discharge the capacitor as you wish, and use that energy, and it thermalizes again. So other systems, Daniel Sheehan's talked about epicatalysis before. Generally speaking, that's where you've got, so you have some molecule that can dissociate on one side and recombine on the other side, assuming sufficiently high environmental temperature. And then same idea for the thermionic device if you have a difference in work functions. Except in this case, you get a difference in temperature between the tungsten and the rhenium, and in the thermionic case, you get a voltage across there. So then there's the MIT 230% efficient LED, which supposedly that operates as a heat pump, essentially, which is fine. It can be 230% efficient as a heat pump. One thing I'm still curious to hear from them, which I haven't heard that info from them yet, but what's the actual output distribution? Because as long as the infrared output of their LED system is not more broad than the distribution of sunlight, then we have multi-junction solar cells that can capture 60% of that, and then you'd have an over-unity system. So it really depends with those 230% efficient LEDs. What data I would like to see still is what's the actual optical output of that device. And even if it is too broad, that's actually really useful, because if you can create an LED that produces an extremely broad spectrum due to thermal effects, then that's a lot better for plants and other things too. So, I mean, yeah, since LEDs are such narrow spectrum light sources, there's a lot of uses for broad spectrum light. So yeah, even if I'm wrong about the MIT LED being a possible route towards a system, that's still useful information to know. Anyway, so the membrane gradient cells, that's what we're working on now, Dan Sheehan and I. We've taken two different approaches. So if I can, yeah. So Dan Sheehan has a patterned membrane on the order of a micron thick. A similar idea, you got to get to a mesoscopic scale to get significant energy output from these things, because temperature is not necessarily well defined at that scale. But you have this layered material with sulfonic acid, for example, as functional groups on one side, and then carboxylic acid groups as functional groups on another thin layer of polymer. And because one side preferentially will attract the sodium ions, and maybe I have the pH gradient reversed here, but yeah, you'll get a slight pH gradient across a membrane like this. And this is relatively well known from experiments. But the effect is so small, you're talking about an ion concentration gradient of a factor of 2, and pH is a log scale. So for a pH difference of 1, you would need at least 4 layers of this, at least, if you get a factor of 2 out of it every single time. But you're not likely to get a full factor of 2 out of it once you scale that. It doesn't scale linearly when you add them. But anyway, the thing I'm working on is a little trickier in some ways, and maybe a little easier in other ways. So if you have quaternary ammonium ions on one side, and then you have sulfonic acid groups on the other side, then it's just like a diode. You have positive ionic functional groups on one side and negative ionic functional groups on the other. You'll form an extinction region between the two, just like in a diode. And that will prevent the flow of ionic, just ions in general. So in order to, you get a much steeper gradient in the concentration of functional groups. So that's potentially valuable, that's potentially useful, but you need to bridge that gap somehow so that the ions can still get through. And I use bismuth microparticles or bismuth telluride sulfide microparticles, which adsorb carboxylic acid groups very well. So I can use, for example, sodium acetate as a salt in the water, such that the ions of sodium acetate will separate on this system. And that's a little easier. I'm thinking roughly 10 microns across is reasonable for a system like this. And that, I mean, since the concentration gradient is easy to get sharp here between the two types of functional groups, I think this might lead to some interesting output, hopefully. But I'm in the process now of building that. I just made my bismuth microparticles yesterday, actually. And then to get electrical energy out of that, you can use manganese dioxide electrodes, because their electrode potential varies a lot with pH. So it's not super efficient, but you're talking about a similar technology to what was it called? Reverse dialysis is the thing. So you can get electricity out of a concentration gradient of any salt, but you can also get the same sort of concentration gradient electricity out of a difference in pH when you use this manganese dioxide. And I want to also try using cobalt tetroxide as well, because catalytically speaking, I think it should behave similarly. And also it doesn't get poisoned by carbon monoxide and stuff like that. But anyway, in a lot of these systems, like the graphene energy harvester was electrostatically charged. The MIT system was built up to some voltage that was not quite the threshold voltage for the diode. Other systems were heated up to a high temperature. In this case, the potential energy involved in these membrane systems relates to the fact that the ions want to recombine, but they're sterically hindered from recombining because they're attached to a polymer lattice that's holding them in place. So there's potential energy inherent in that. But that doesn't get used up when extracting energy from the system, because the thermal energy in the liquid is what comes out there. So so more controversial systems that I've heard of. There was this crystal power cell that I'm blanking on the name all of a sudden. Anyway, the crystal power cell, the idea is you have some combination of sugar and sodium bicarbonate and cream of tartar between two metals of different electronegativity. Now, I'm wondering with those systems, there's two things. So they were using gold on some of those and silver as well. Sugar can convert to glutamate on those substrates. So I don't know. And then sodium bicarbonate, I played around with trying to replicate the carb-pen cell long ago. And one of the things I tried was sodium bicarbonate, but I noticed that actually there was slow catalytic decomposition of the sodium bicarbonate, which produced a voltage actually. So, and we know that the sodium bicarbonate's decomposing in the crystal power cells because some of those examples, eventually the central electrode gets pushed out and the salt mixture that they use increases in size. Which that just suggests to me that the sodium bicarbonate is releasing CO2 and decomposing. So those two things are not free energy. Those are energy sources that are built into the material that they're using. I would certainly like to see if they can use other glassy materials at the interface, because that might relate to the research with metal insulator, metal diodes. Usually the insulators in those are crystalline, but if you have an amorphous material in between, maybe that does something. So worth looking at. And then the other thing I wonder about is it really the electronegativity or is it the work function? Because maybe there's some process by which electrons are jumping across the interface and they're using this glassy material as a sort of virtual vacuum instead of the thermionic devices that I mentioned before, where you have an actual vacuum gap. There's another material system that does this, supposedly, also controversial. They use a liquid with nanoparticles, and their claim is that these nanoparticles in this liquid, they have a work function as well. So you've made sort of a virtual vacuum state that's much closer in work function to the materials that you're working with on your electrodes. So instead of having this thing operate at 1,000 degrees Celsius, you have it operate at a couple degrees Celsius around room temperature. And that's due to the close matching of the work functions of the material versus the virtual vacuum in between. And maybe if the crystal power cell is the real deal, maybe it has something to do with that and the work functions of the materials. Because generally speaking, highly electronegative materials tend to have lower work functions. Or electropositive? No, I don't think so. Anyway, so then other things, those I also talked about just then. And then, okay, so another controversial system potentially. We've heard of a lot of systems that are that electromagnetic systems that cool themselves down and produce energy. These may be using parametric effects, like I mentioned, where you also have a nonlinear effect, a small nonlinear effect participating. So, for example, if you could make a LC tank circuit where you change your inductance and your capacitance slightly, then you can cause, in principle, Neal relaxation to become a driving term. So Neal relaxation in paramagnetic systems, and generally speaking, magnetic relaxation above the maximum remnant field. Both of those processes involve the thermal motions randomizing your magnetic field. So if you can get your LC circuit to resonate at that same frequency that the Neal relaxation is happening, which is temperature dependent also, so that complicates things. But if you can get the resonance to be matched, then the Neal relaxation will dump energy from thermal motion into your LC tank circuit, and then you can alter the inductance and the capacitance slightly, and then when you're putting energy back in, it doesn't take the same amount that that you got. So parametric variation with a nonlinear process on top of it might do something. So, and that kind of relates to perhaps the most controversial claims of all. These would be first law violators, not second law necessarily. There's some claims that you have these Lenert equations and generally, and even a larger set of electromagnetic equations called O3 electromagnetism by J.P. Vigure and others. And they claim that there's this thing called asymmetrical regauging, and they claim exponential growth and sometimes sudden quenching of the energy in these systems. But that looks a lot to me like what I saw when I was experimenting with parametric variation. And a lot of the asymmetrical regauging example systems seem to be parametric systems. So I don't know what to make of that. But yeah, you can have exponential growth and exponential decay just in parametric systems when you have these waves that either cancel each other out or multiply when they reflect when you modify impedance. And also, you don't necessarily get energy out of those systems if you modify impedance and wave speed together. You have to modify just impedance or just wave speed under certain circumstances in order to get energy out of those systems. And it's not guaranteed to come from the vacuum or from a material that is material dependent and situation dependent on the system. And also a lot of these examples claim to be entirely nonlinear systems, so not necessarily parametric or not necessarily with a variation of parameters. I mean, to know the difference, you'd need to know variational calculus pretty well. So that's, if you want to look into it, that's where to start, variational calculus. But generally speaking, if those systems are nonlinear systems only and they don't require parametric variation, then there's this idea of commensurability and self-oscillation. And for those sorts of systems, you still have your thermal motions, but when you're in certain regions of your parameter space, and there's usually an associated fractal pattern. I was hoping to have a picture here for examples, but I'll show that to Tim at some other later date. But the idea is under certain areas of your parameter space that are predicted by some fractal, you can have self-organization, kind of like how hurricanes naturally form when there's heat from the sun going around the earth like that. There's or weather systems in general. And there's some chaotic variables there, but under specific circumstances, then you have a commensurable thing that forms due to the nonlinear dynamics. And those are called stable attractors. There's also chaotic attractors as well. Generally speaking, you're going to want to learn about attractor space and phase space and Liouville's equations. And that gets pretty complicated. And I can't say for sure at this moment whether that's also a second law violator or that their claims or that it's a first law violator. It's unclear to me whether they're just getting. So in order to break the first law of thermodynamics with an electromagnetic system, you would also have to break CPT symmetry. So that's another big thing. But anyway, for anyone, this is just for anyone who kind of wants to look into these things. These are things they should be aware of. Anyway, any questions?
Okay, that's a lot. Okay, so let me do this. Before we go to questions, everybody, Mr. Michael Perrone, a big applause, And actually, that's a lot to do with our presentation outline too, because I know you're only halfway done. So thank you for running through all of that.
I mean, I had the words on the presentation here, so that was some of it, but no pictures yet, so it didn't really help. I mean, thankfully, I had many of the pictures literally just drawn out on paper while I was brainstorming. So, but yeah, I'm sorry I didn't get it all the way for this particular presentation, but we'll do it right on your channel at a later date, Tim.
Okay. Yeah, rock and roll, man. So let me see who has and if nobody has questions, we can go to open discussion one way or the other. Dun dun dun. Or maybe we should just do that. Do you guys want to just go to open discussion?
That's fine.
I
I
have a
think I put
question.
everyone to sleep. Oh, hey, cool.
Hey, Michael, when are you going to do a presentation on your Maxwell Demon device?
Oh, I have some of the stuff here. So let's see. I should have.
For those who aren't aware, Maxwell's Demon, of course, is converting thermal energy directly into electricity or
Yeah. So where I'm at with that is, and I was hoping to show this more complete here as well, but oh well. So you've got this. Oh. Yeah. So you have your anion membrane here, and you have your cation membrane here, and you stick them together. And you got I made some bismuth sponge recently, and that'll crush up, and that should be roughly average 5 microns in size based on my calculations. And you stick that between the two membranes, you wet the membranes with water, and they should mechanically attach to each other because their positive and negative functional groups will combine at the interface. And also, as an alternative to that, I have dispersions of ionomers in liquid, so I can paint them onto the surfaces if I need to. And I came up with this little clever, it's just a baking sheet really, but you've got these frames that are magnetically attached to the surface. So if I have to paint them onto there, or if I just have these two materials soaked in water, but they have different. So one of these things is these are basically all gels in water. They have swelling coefficients. So when you put them in water, they'll increase in size slightly. And the amount that they increase in size by is different depending on the material. So these frames keep them flat to the surface as much as possible as they're drying. I don't know if I even want to make them dry fully, as long as they attach to each other nicely. So that's that. And there are 5 or 6 combinations of ionomers that work in terms of matching the swelling coefficients closely enough. So, yeah.
And this is for your device that uses a very a specialized double membrane to convert heat into a pH difference between the two sides of the membrane. And that pH difference is then able to be extracted as energy via electrolytic process, similar to a battery. So we're converting thermal energy first to a pH gradient using the membrane, and then from...
It's not electrolytic. It's more comparable to like a salinity gradient device. So if you've heard recently, many people are considering using rivers or the mouth of a river as an energy source, because as it goes into the ocean, there's a steep gradient in the salinity, and you can get electricity out of that. And they do that much the same way that I would with these, with the manganese dioxide in one case, but
difference is that the source of the energy in your case is direct thermal versus a river is just flowing in and you have all the rain process.
Well, I mean, technically it's indirectly thermal then, right? Because you have evaporation.
Indirect, yes. Well, at the end of the day, everything is solar powered.
Anyway, let's see. I do have some 3D models I could show, I suppose. Let me see if I can bring that up. And that will give more of a sense. I have to redo these a little bit because I talked with Dan Sheehan, and the membranes need to be much closer together to get more power out of the device. But if I can find it, just a moment. Is it there? Yeah, it's there. What was the thing again? Yeah, it's here. I've got this on Onshape if anyone wants to check it out later. I don't know how to. All right, share that. Let's see. Oh, almost. That's not what I wanted. Okay, there we go. Share screen. share screen. That will do just fine. So yeah, this is the idea here. And of course it wants to invert that behavior. It's slower because I'm on the stream, I guess. But anyway, here's the idea. I've got some frames here that slot into this array here. And the frames will contain the bipolar membranes, in my case. And you could do unipolar membranes with carboxylic acid and sulfonic acid as well, or different concentrations of functional groups as well. So you can have one that's got like double the functional groups of another. Generally speaking, that's harder because you'll have different swelling coefficients for different concentrations of ionic functional groups on the polymer backbone. So it's easier usually to go with carboxylic acid groups on one side, sulfonic acid groups on the other side. But anyway, you prepare your bipolar membranes. You cut 2 by 2 centimeter pieces. You stick these frames on them just so the edges are rigid, and you slot these into here. The plan is to seal the edges with just like silicone from Home Depot. And that I'm using sodium acetate anyway. So the solvent in the silicone is acetic acid, so it's not really going to contaminate much or anything. So you get about 12 of these in this. And in this particular device, I don't recombine them to make energy. I just have these 2 wells where you can stick a pH meter so that after a couple days, you can go see the pH difference yourself. And then you can remix the liquid and put it back in and see the pH gradient form again. And you can do that indefinitely until you're convinced that the energy density is beyond chemical for how long it's been doing that. And then the other one that I set up here, I also, called it a thermochondrion because it kind of looked like a mitochondrion when I was building it. That's not the one. There's a lid as well, so it doesn't get contaminants from the air or anything. So in this case, you've got the frames that slot in, and that's just still there because you can get rid of that. But anyway, you have your frames that slot in here. And in this particular setup, you have a larger frame on this side, which produces electricity from the pH gradient using the manganese dioxide that I mentioned before. So you just, for this side, which produces electricity, you don't have a selective membrane. You just have to limit the diffusion rate across the boundary between the manganese dioxide electrodes, and their electrode potential just varies a ton with pH anyway. So, and then you have just you have a small electrical resistance between the sides, but you limit the liquid diffusion enough that you get electricity out of that. And it's not super efficient, but it's good enough, and it'll show electrical power output from this thing in the steady state. Well, yeah, or it should. That's the hope. And the other thing, the thing I need to change.
Is that going to be like 3D printed at a PET-G or something like that?
Oh, I'm going to use ABS because then I can vapor polish it so it's watertight.
But PET-G is actually watertight without any modifications.
I did not know that, but so you just got to be careful. As long as your printer's good, you're fine. I'd like to take some extra precautions, I guess, because you never know if there's a small thing there. So yeah.
PET-G is what soda cans are made out of plastic soda bottles.
Right, but if your printer just like skips a little bit on the walls, you might have a hole somewhere that liquid could leak through, or you never know unless you vapor polish it. So anyway, that's the idea there. So I need to redesign slightly to get these membranes much closer together. Ideally, you want the whole stack of membranes to be like the size of one of these stacks of membranes. So I have to rethink some of that, but I mean, that's the general concept. It gets the idea across.
Okay, so let us go to Michael Boyd next. Michael?
Sure.
Hey, Mike. So
Hello.
I was thinking about this Maxwell's demon, and I thought of an example to understand the Maxwell's demon, and it is a little experiment you can do in your home. Is you find some dead batteries, alkaline batteries, and you take them and you put them in and you boil them, warm them up in water, and you boil them. And then after you've done boiling them, you put them in a water bath with ice in it. And you let it reach temperature, and then you take it out and you dry it off, and the battery's like new. It's back to the 1.5 volts. And this is an example of a simple example of a Maxwell's demon. Essentially, you're taking
There's too many other things that are going on there. The challenge with proving, so you can do a lot of fun experiments, but the challenge with proving it for certain beyond a shadow of a doubt is you need to build this stuff in a very precise system that doesn't have too many side reactions chemically going on. For example, when I talked about the crystal power cell, you had your sodium bicarbonate and sugar, and it's known for certain that on noble metals, sugar will oxidize to glutamate, and sodium bicarbonate, even in ambient conditions, it will decompose as long as it's in water or has some exposure to water. So those, you need to make sure that you've removed any possible chemical reactions that could go on the side, and batteries are notoriously chemical-y, So it's in terms of clearly proving it out, that's the best way, because you don't necessarily know this or that manufacturer made the battery in this or that way. You'd have to go into all those details, and that's a whole can of worms. And maybe you can make your own battery and test it out. But then there's a whole bunch of other things too. So, for example, if you boil a battery, you might not be changing much about. You might just be degrading any metal fingers that are reducing the efficiency of the battery. You might be basically.
Well, when you heat it up, it makes it so that it's basically the most disorder, right?
Well, essentially it's electropolishing, but you're using the electrochemical potential in the battery already for the electropolishing, because you have some leakage current too. So you could be electropolishing the battery internals flat again, and then that would be a higher voltage pump, maybe. I mean, so there's so many things that could be going on with a battery. That's an interesting experiment, but I don't know what it proves. That's the thing.
I guess I want to chime in on this. I have 10 years of experience working with nickel metal hydrate batteries, and I kind of agree with Michael. Well, both of you are Michael Pearson on this, that there's a lot of variables with the battery. You can bring them back to life for a bit. I guess the real test would be to use one battery and do that process, Michael Boyd, do that process several times and count how many watt hours you're pulling out of the battery. And if you can continually do that, after a certain amount of time, there isn't that many watt hours in a AA battery. You must be getting it from somewhere else.
Well, I mean,
I agreed.
Something mechanically wrong with the battery that wouldn't work. But you can take 8, 9 batteries, and you can measure them, and they'll be below the.
I believe the voltage will change.
And do this process, and they all come back.
Actually, Michael, temperature is so important for battery output that we have a temperature-controlled room over here for the battery lab that has a heater and a cooler, depending on the time of year. And depending on the temperature, you'll see a major increase or decrease in the battery's performance. Over here, we have high current tests.
Do you have a lead acid battery?
These are nickel metal hydrate batteries, but the same is true for almost all chemistries.
With the lead acid battery, you can buy this thing. It's called a desulfator. And what it does is
it's an overcharger. It's an overcharger.
It takes the sulfur condensate, and that's how it's restored. And I had 4 12-volt, 255 amp hour batteries that I bought in 2002. And one of them, the one in the first one in the series, it lost the cell. But I still have those other 3 that were next in the line. They're all still good and performing like new because you can restore those batteries. And you know, it's kind of unfortunate because when people talk about solar panels and storage, they're always talking about lithium, which, you know, lithium, it's not renewable. It ends up in the landfill. It's not recycled, but lead acid batteries, 99.9% of them are recycled. So even though it's less efficient, in the long run, its life cycle impacts are much lower than lithium. I mean,
lithium batteries are recycled. They're not recycled maybe on a
1/10 of 1% of them are recycled.
The larger batteries are recycled a lot more now.
That's soon to change. Also, they're scaling that up a lot.
So, but my point is that there's this when you're doing the desulfating, it's like you say, it's heating up. It gets hot. When I'm with my batteries, my charge control.
Michael, if you want to convert heat into electricity using a AA battery, you should do that several times and hook it up to a battery analyzer while discharging it after each run, counting the number of watt hours, specifically watt hours or joules, watt seconds, to know exactly how much energy you pulled out of it.
How much? I didn't know it had even a watt. What kind of watt hours does a AA battery have?
A AA battery probably has several watt hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I learned something.
Maybe probably less than 10, but you could measure it in joules then. A joule is a watt second.
So a 250 amp hour battery would have 12 volts times 250 amps. That would be the watt hours, correct?
No, amps is not. You need the amps times the voltage. You need a battery analyzer to get that measurement.
It's rated at amp hours. Amp hours.
That's how they sell it. That's how they sell it to you, but that's not a very useful piece of information. Because if the voltage drops down a lot, then your watts drop down. Really, what you need is the watt seconds, the joules.
How many days of power do I have if the power goes out? That's all I care about.
Oh, we're talking about Maxwell's Demon. If you can get thermal energy conversion using a AA battery by putting it into a bath of hot water, and you're actually converting energy from the bath into electricity on the battery terminal, that will be very interesting. But you need a battery analyzer, and you have to count how many joules you're pulling out of the battery, and then repeat it many times and see how much you're actually getting out of the battery, and then do the same experiment with a new battery of the same type.
You have to cool it down. So what you're suggesting is I could go buy like a new battery, discharge it, do the same experiment, and then do it with a dead battery, and compare the two and see what the performance of it is. Correct?
Yeah, but you need a battery analyzer to really check performance properly, like a West Mountain computerized battery analyzer. That will work.
Okay.
Try to keep the current pretty low, and you want to leave it like at 100 milliamps, a tenth of an amp at most for a single AA.
Okay.
Just run all your experiments on one AA. That's all you need.
Okay.
Well, if it's okay, why don't we go to how how
Now,
CC
what was
again.
that Westmont? Say the name again of the analyzer.
West Mountain CBA.
And then we can do the battery analyzer thing that we can kind of come back to that in open discussion because
Okay, thank you.
yeah,
Well, Michael might need that as well if he wants to figure out how much energy is coming out of the system. A West Mountain CBA, that'll give you milliamps or amps of discharge. Tell you how much current you're pulling out of it.
yeah. So
I've got a Keithley DMM 6500. It can measure like nanoamps or something.
okay,
Oh, okay.
so let's go to how CC how again, and then after that we'll do open discussion.
Regarding what you said, Michael, about halfway through your discussion, I think you were talking about the contrast between, say, a log or wheel appearing in nature and what we find in the cellular phenomena. Would you ascribe that the first question would be that from the standpoint of having a heat reservoir in the microscopic world of chemical reactions, you would expect there to be very small energy drops in the cellular arena, which nature had to do because organisms had to find a way to conserve their energy that they were chasing down to thrive. In other words, an animal would have to eat, and it, depending upon when it would catch its prey, it would have to be very conservative with its energy. So nature tended to go to a very small step scale way of extracting and holding onto what it had acquired in, say, hunting. You see what I'm saying? Whereas,
All right.
yes, and in the case of a wheel, which is a man-made object, the objective was to get very high power densities out in a very short period of time. So you had one which was a scale of being very conservative with a very parsimonious type of energy situation, animal eating and being able to wait for its next meal, versus a man-made object which had to do useful work in a very short period of time, like a car engine would burn fuel to get a high degree of energy out. So I guess, go ahead.
The reason that a wheel, for example, is not a likely thing to evolve in nature is because you would need first off, you need there's some attractor space corresponding to the growth pattern of an animal. So there's some stable, usually it's a chaotic attractor that describes the growth and homeostasis of an organism. And that attractor needs to deform continuously. It can't deform. It can't. So basically, to evolve a wheel, that wheel would have to be a separate piece than the organism. Otherwise, how would it be attached? So you haven't deformed your attractor space, or you haven't deformed your attractor corresponding to the homeostasis of the organism continuously in order to develop that. And in the case of, in general in evolution, there are a lot of things that are in principle that nothing violates the laws of physics, and things that we, like humans, have invented them, but it would be very unlikely for nature to discover them because the difficulty of that evolutionary jump would be so high, like the case of the wheel. And with thermal harvesting, thermal energy harvesting, there's two things to consider. Maybe we do have it to some extent. Maybe some of the enzymes in the human body, some of the energy that those enzymes use, it comes from ambient thermal heat. And that optimizes them for some process further than they would otherwise be able to go. So it's unclear whether or not it hasn't evolved necessarily, but it certainly isn't the main energy source for living organisms, because there are much larger energy sources readily available. Maybe on a planet that didn't have direct access to the sun, but still had enough thermal heat, organisms would eventually figure that one out. And those would be the ones to grow. Maybe on Europa, for example, although there would still be chemical gradients that might be more energy dense than thermal gradients or thermal sources. And then the other thing to consider is if you're going to build a protein or enzyme that can harvest heat, how much energy and resources does it take to make that protein? And it's not usually enzymes and proteins and things eventually break down. So how long is it going to last? What's its half-life in the body? And are you getting more energy out of it than it took to make it? And you may have situations where you do get more energy out than it took to make it, but it's not enough to really matter. It's the same idea with like oil these days. It's taking more barrels of oil to produce each new barrel of oil. And even though we're still getting out more barrels of oil than we're putting in, and that runs the whole modern economy, it's getting a little bit sketchy in some places in terms of the cost of energy. And I mean, that will continue as we run out of oil, and eventually you won't be able to get a free, like more than you put in out of that. So it's unclear which side of that the like thermotrophic, I guess, cells or organisms would be, but it's possible at higher temperatures especially that it's a feasible way. And then maybe somewhere deep in the earth, organisms like this do exist. So yeah, I mean, just some stuff to think about. Yeah.
Another thing that I wanted to kind of just, and I'm not making a complete thought here because I'm not deeply familiar with it, but kind of the marvel of the kidney. You have a blood flowing through the kidney, and on the other side, there's no really, I guess in one sense, there's nothing there. Urine is produced, but I assume it's not continuous. And the point I'm trying to get to is that you have a kind of an anti-osmotic system in which you have something which is from a high gradient, a solute, flowing to a non concentration, a zero concentration on the other side. And I was thinking that if there was a way to find a way to reverse that so that we could take salty water and without the high pressure to drive the osmosis, from the highest salty to the freshwater side. If there was a way to reverse the engineering of the kidney, we might be able to get to some degree of free production of fresh water without necessarily the high pressure. Has there been any thinking on that? I don't violate the thermodynamics. I just think there'd be a way to engineer it. It's sort of reverse kidney.
Yeah. So that's called reverse electrodialysis, and they're using that to make power stations at the mouths of rivers. So reverse electrodialysis or reverse osmosis. It's usually called reverse electrodialysis the other way around, which would just be kind of osmosis, but you have electrical output. But anyway, they have these systems. They are considering using them for power extraction at the mouths of rivers. It's a thing that people have considered in the past, and there's other ways too. You don't have to go directly to electrical energy. You can simply use direct osmosis to make a water column that's way above the sea level, and then you just use a usual hydroelectric turbine. So you just the osmotic pressure makes a water column, and from that water column you just get gravitational energy into a turbine. So there's There's tons of ways to do that. But yeah, in the kidney, that's interesting. That's an interesting thought, because maybe there are some processes. I know the nephrons in the kidney have many active ATP driven processes in order to sort all of those molecules. But perhaps a few of those sorting processes are second law violators. That would be an interesting place to look.
Yeah, I just was thinking that that might come about in trying to kind of get the gist of what you were saying. It struck me that there might be some processes, like I was saying, in the kidney that just supported what you just said, that there might be a way to utilize that in advantage for separation of water, since water is so critical. Another question I have quickly is to summarize what you were saying. I listened to your whole talk, but are you basically searching for a way to get energy out of these chemical systems in small quantities to harvest, or what is your objective there of what you?
So I was hoping to have my presentation fully ready. The idea was to make a general overview of all of the most promising second law violators and the general theory behind them that's being developed. I didn't have all my pictures in my presentation, so I just kind of winged it. But yeah, generally speaking, there's various fields that you need to be aware of if you want to go trying to test these things, various concepts. So, I mean, like Louisville's equations for one, Poincare cycles, and then there's a lot of basically the biggest area of uncertainty in thermodynamics is really with the axioms that are chosen and where those can actually be applied in real physics. So that's really things to be aware of when hunting for potential second law violators. Are like where do our thermodynamic principles actually apply, and what parts of thermodynamics can we still use, given that the assumptions are not true, and what are the general behaviors that have been observed about all of these systems that match up. Yeah, so that's the kind of. Yeah, just kind of pointing the way, I guess.
Okay. So I think we're coming up on why don't we go to open discussion then? And so everyone, thank you. Let's do this. Let's give Michael an enormous hand. Sir, again, without having kind of an organized presentation, you're doing awesome. So what I want to do now is go to open discussion, and then we can just kind of let things roll, from here, because we're meandering a little bit. So I want to at least have things kind of in the right order so I can, split them up. But yeah, I would say, guys, keep going for it. I mean,
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Tim. And,
yeah,
we'll do a more formal presentation.
Well, Michael, and if you want to keep talking about that's totally cool. I'm not trying to stop you from talking about it. I just want to, I want to have it like in the right section.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'll correspond with you later too, because I mean, the whole presentation was shaping up to be really good, and then it just wasn't fully done, sadly.
Well, no, when you get it like more organized into then we represent or something. I think it was a lot of really great information. I think that the challenge is without having like a structure, it's really easy to kind of, it's hard to stay focused, I guess. But yeah, thank you for sharing all of that. I mean it.
I hope it's helpful to people.
Yeah. So yeah, the way that our open discussion works is basically it's just I guess unmute yourself and we can let things roll. Mark, you know what? Let me ask you, Mark, can I make you the host? And will you give me permission?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let me do that. I'm gonna, and then please give me permission. I'll start recording again. Okay. Oh, and I'm still recording. They fixed that.
It works.
It works. They fixed that. Yeah. Cool beans, guys.
So, Mark, I had a question about this battery analyzer. I found it online. And let's see here. It's talking, what is it called? It's power profile. Is that what you're talking about? The power profile that it does? You hear my question mark? Hello?
Maybe his camera, maybe his microphone
Mark,
is on.
Mark. Wait, Mark's the host now. He's my computer. The reason I made Mark host actually was my computer's acting a little funny. So maybe it's Zoom. I don't know. My mouse kind of slowed down. Are you guys?
That was on my end. So Michael, what was your question about the battery analyzer?
Yeah. So it's called West Mountain Radio is the company, and it's talking about the software package. It says it measures something it's calling a power profile. It's got a mission profile, a discharge, a charge monitor, and a power profile.
You just what are they up to now? A CBA 4 or something like that? Just get the latest unit, and you can use the free software to analyze how much power.
This is CBA HR. This is the one for like little batteries. The other ones are for bigger batteries.
Yeah, if you're using the one for a little battery, that's fine.
So, but it's the power profile. Is that what would show me the performance of the different? So, like I said, I was thinking I'd take a new battery, discharge it, do the little process of boiling it, cooling it down in the ice water, and then
the watt hours or watt seconds is really what you want.
Yeah, so it's the power. It's like a little. It kind of goes over and then it kind of falls off. It has like a roll.
That's the voltage, but you don't want to end up with a milliamp number because that is not going to give you any useful information. Because if it started out at 100 volts, and 1 amp, that's 100 watts. And then it drops down to 10 volts at 1 amp, that's 10 watts.
Right.
And it's the milliamp numbers is, the amps is the same. What you need is the watt hours, which is the calculation of both those.
Power profile, correct?
I don't know which
Power
setting.
Is watts. Power is watts.
How Michael, how about you just buy it first, and when it arrives, you can run an experiment on that, okay?
It's $170. That's
why. I have close to 100 of them here.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Michael Perrone actually mentioned he has one that registers much lower currents.
Well, that's not a battery analyzer. It's technically a multimeter, but it is extremely sensitive. It's the Keithley DMM 6500. Very good for general, but yeah, for battery analysis, I don't know, but it's certainly.
But Michael, you do need a battery analysis sort of system for your setup.
Not if it just indefinitely pulls out the same. So first off, I can record the voltage and current output on the thing simultaneously.
Can you control the resistance for maximum output?
I can put a resistor on there. What do you mean?
So with a computerized battery analyzer, it allows you to change the resistance and find the peak power output of your device. So if you had if let's say it's able to pull 1 amp at 10 volts or 20 amps at 5 volts, it'll find the sweet spot where the most watts are being pulled out.
That's cool. Yeah. I mean, for my purposes, I just need to see if it's putting out energy indefinitely and there's no exponential decay to the energy over time. I just set the voltage on there, start it recording, let it sit for like a day or two, Or
Yeah, for you, it's qualitative versus quantitative.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just need to see if this thing's still putting out energy after a month or two running continuously, and it's just not big enough to have done that otherwise. Or even just like replace the liquid with fresh liquid, knowing that there's no energetic molecules in there, and then see what that does.
Yeah, that'll give you a qualitative answer as to whether the device is working. But if you want to go to the quantitative space, you got to get some a power a battery analyzer with a power profile probably set up.
Yeah, I mean, once we get to the state where we have some energy recycler that outputs kilowatts, and we want to optimize it industrially or make 1,000 of them or whatever, like that's where you want the analyzer. But for yes or no, does it produce energy? I think the DMM 6500 multimeter is sufficient.
Probably, yeah. I could agree with that.
What's the how sensitive is your Keithley? How low a current?
I don't know off the top of my head, nanoamps or something,
Yeah.
or
not pico, not a picoamp meter.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, just curious.
Tens or hundreds of nanoamps, maybe.
Yeah, Michael, you don't need anything that low for a AA battery. You need you need milliamps, and possibly
but maybe when you're measuring nanofarads.
Maybe. I mean, for all this like second law violators that run near room temperature that we have, the power outputs are going to be kind of pathetic for practical applications, but just as an in principle device, that's the sort of sensitivity you'll need to just show, does it work or not? And also Keithley offers a calibration service. It's like $1,000, but they will go over that multimeter and make sure it is fully perfectly calibrated. So that's the other convenient thing too. So I take my numbers. If I see some good data, I go to Keithley, they'll calibrate the thing perfectly, and then I'll test it again just to make sure. Once I have something that looks promising.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. I saw there's a lot of new names here at APEC this weekend. If anyone is new, maybe you could turn on your camera and introduce yourself quickly. I know, Justin, you're new, although you presented earlier. Brendan, are you new here?
I've been once or twice before in the last year or two, but more or less new. Yeah. So I'm with the Model G Vortical Motion Group, which we set up with Paul Laviolette. So David Johnson and Chris, I can't pronounce his name, Chris Sacchino is also part of the group. They're here at the moment. So we do a broad range of things, but mostly we investigate Model G, which is a model which Paul Laviolette developed to analyze the subatomic particles such as the neutron, and we're trying to improve the model to input particle spin into the neutron-like particle, so the model can be more up to date and comparable with experiments.
Okay, are you running any experiments, or is this all purely theoretical?
It's simulations. So it's based on theory and simulations of the output. So they're the experiments. We talk about free energy and all kinds of other subjects, but our main focus is Model G, and also we're looking at genic energy of in astronomy as well. Genic energy of planets that Paul has deduced, has predicted that planets and low mass stars such as brown dwarfs and giant gas planets will produce, and including the Earth and the Moon, will produce genic energy, which conventional astronomy doesn't predict.
Okay. Is this Christopher Satch from Long Island?
Yeah, Chris Satch. That's right.
Yeah, he was down here at the lab. He drove in for a day a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, we've got a Facebook group page called the Model G Vortical Motion Group, and we have a Stack Overflow page, which is not very active at the moment, with quite a few of the people who bought Paul's books. We've got about maybe 50 people on that, so that's question and answers. So mostly what we do is the Model G subatomic particle analysis, but also we're basically looking at Paul's work in subquantum kinetics, and also we look at a range of other things, a range of other physics phenomena and studies. So it's
Okay.
a volunteer group.
You guys meet like weekly?
Yeah, we meet weekly on Sunday at about 8 o'clock London time, which is 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So we've got David's in Sweden, Chris Satch is in New York State, and we have Justin Coven, who's also New York State, and another guy who's completing a PhD in organic chemistry, and he's from university in Canada.
Who's running the simulations? What software are you using?
Well, we've had some guys in the past who are quite theoretical and good programming skills, and they produce the programming software. So it's we're using TensorFlow 2 and Python. So we're using the computer to numerically solve the partial differential equations of Model G subquantum kinetics, and then forming a particle out of the ether, and then the particle is reasonably sophisticated as is at the moment, but it hasn't got quantum spin in it. So we're trying to initiate quantum spin in the particle, doing it in 1 dimension, 2 dimensions, and also 3 dimensions.
Okay. Sounds really cool. Is there anyone else here that's new? David Johnson, is this your first time here?
Yes, I think so. As far as I know, maybe, yeah. And the reason I attached today was because of this hypersonics, supersonic thing, because I was active with this in 2007 and 2009, and I worked then to describe a supersonic flow without sonic boom and without shockwave, since there had been such observation made. Several UFO witnesses have said that they haven't heard a sound bang. So then I imagine how to make a model that enables this or disables this shockwave. And I worked according to retardation, and actually the speed of sound is what propagates forces in fluids. So that's why we don't see any shockwave at slow speed, but we see it in high. So my idea was actually to propagate waves in a medium surrounding a vehicle with a speed that is higher than the speed of sound. So that would be electromagnetic radiation then, eventually, or some other field. And I gave them a model where you are using volumetric forces to achieve this, to maintain, in this case, potential flow at, arbitrary speeds. And to achieve that with, speed of light might not be exceeded with these techniques. But I calculated that temperature distribution around the sphere and the cylinder to achieve this. And it was also possible to calculate the heating and cooling necessary, what you need to actually provide in the air around a sphere to achieve this flow. And I was very surprised to see that I was confirming a statement made by Daniel Fry. He said that there would be a radial dependency of 1/R7, and I actually got that. So he must have calculated similarly, I guess. Or rather his contact person called Alan, who came from, I don't know where. And
I'm
yeah,
sorry. What do you do in your daily life, and where do you live? Where are you from?
daily, I have been working with IT mostly since 94. And I was first employee on a company, and it was gradually made public, and highest evaluation was 600 million US dollars comparably. But I left very early, but that was a funny thing to do. And yeah, I've been working in 2 different universities for a short while, a research organization for 8-9 years, and consulting in various branches. But right now I'm trying to focus on stuff that are more demanding. I'm considering following up on this flow case because I have some more ideas since 2009.
I have some ideas on that as well.
Yeah.
You have to consider where resistance comes from, where friction comes from, and ultimately it's from the subatomic particles, the spins of the electrons getting knocked from the electron spins of another atom. Like so if one atom of air bangs up against the hull of the craft, it's not the core of the atom that's hitting the atom of the craft. It's actually the valence, the outer spins, and that's where friction comes from. It's from those electromagnetic interactions between the electron spins. So another experiment.
If you apply a potential flow around an object, you don't have any shear stress and you don't have any loss. But to get that exact distribution is very demanding. Maybe heating can be done, but it has to be done on the distance. So that's difficult. And cooling also. So I could describe these physical conditions, but to realize them with known equipment is very difficult. And I have, it seems like the Russians have been more active in publishing about this technology than the Western world. And I don't know why this is.
So you're able to do that with just heat and cool?
Yeah.
Just with temperature?
Yeah.
I can imagine you can do something to reduce friction with temperature, but if you really want to reduce friction to 0, you have to get to the source of the friction, which is the spins of the atoms interacting. And one way to that we're looking at to get rid of that is by orienting subatomic particle spins using a process called dynamic nuclear orientation. That's what we have going on inside of our Faraday cage. We have microwave amplifiers and a large electromagnet, and we're similar to what you do with NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance. It's just a step above that. We're trying to orient subatomic particles using electron paramagnetic resonance, which is a different resonance that happens with the valence electrons. And the goal is to make objects weightless or impervious to the effects of gravity and inertia. And by doing so, you should also negate any friction that they would have against the air, because they never truly connect, because the electrons in the air are all random. If the electron spins in the air are all random and the electron spins in the craft are oriented, they'll never be able to react properly with each other.
Yeah, the losses are coming from Coriolis forces in bent curves, bent paths. And that there are techniques also to minimize and avoid them. But then there is a necessity to use helical flow. And I just have the basics described there. But this is coming on aircraft. Airbus is doing this on the next release.
Yeah, you're talking about airflow and stuff. Yeah, that's probably a lot similar to what Justin Pearson was working on.
Because you don't have downscale, you don't get thermal heating and loss if you manage this situation. But the loss is initially coming from Coriolis effect on curved flow.
Have you seen the Mythbusters episode where they took a car and they covered it with clay, and then they made these dimples similar to the way a a golf ball has, those little dimples that go inside. And they actually found that there was an increase in the miles per gallon of the vehicle, about 10% better fuel efficiency at higher speed.
Also.
That's a large quantity. I wouldn't mind a golf ball car if it's that much more efficient.
It looked horrible, but it worked. It worked, and they accounted for the weight of removing those golf ball pieces by putting them in the car, in a box just to keep up with the weight. And it was a very noticeable difference in fuel economy, and aerodynamic drag was reduced in the vehicle just from having dimples.
So also,
Yes.
Mark, I was reviewing JP Vigier's work regarding the O3 electromagnetism, and he eventually developed, according to his papers online, a fluid dynamic model of quantum mechanics, which is interesting because it avoids the issue of of hidden variables. I think, I'm not certain on that, but it seems to avoid the issue of hidden variables while remaining deterministic, because you have a chaotic turbulent flows, and that's what like vacuum noise is in that situation, turbulent flows. And that seems to align with the idea of the nuclear orientation, because if you have oriented nuclei, you'll have a less turbulent flow. You'll have less clashing between the spins. So I think Alcifon's original model was a toy model, but it was lucky enough to get the right underlying thing, if Vigier's model is correct. And also JP Vigier's model should be amenable to David's stuff here, in terms of if he's working on fluid flow problems, maybe he wants to look at that quantum gravity stuff as a fun side thing. It might be interesting.
Yeah. Well, regarding lowering, what I've heard from someone who is researching on this in Sweden is that if you, I think they would have 10 grooves in the same direction as the airflow, and that would lower air drag on an aircraft with 10% at cruising speed. And there was a relation between speed and groove width. So I guess for a car, it would be like 1 groove per millimeter, maybe. But I can check this up. My impression, I haven't done all the details, but what I would investigate is if Gertler vortices or Dean vortices are formed by these grooves, and they have the effect to prevent, if they're proportionally designed, to prevent Coriolis effects from acting over a longer time, since the flow is being curved. It's like acting and then it's continuously curving, so the effect is cancelled in this case, because it's done over the whole turn. And that's my only way I have imagined this improvement. But maybe there are other ways to describe it.
Okay.
And I don't know if you're focused on this, or if propulsion is a real target here. Then the question is it possible just with heating around an object to make a net force on it? And I'm not sure about this, although it might be possible. But that would be ideal to not have any engines.
The Aurora craft that was made by Boeing, it had 2 engine sets. One would get it up to a very high speed, and then it would start injecting fuel directly into these like cup shapes. It would inject fuel in, and then that fuel would expand and explode, pushing the craft forward. And this was for high speed, at several Mach. It would only work at several Mach, but it had no moving parts other than fuel injectors.
It's essentially a ram. It's essentially a ramjet where the external area of the craft is the actual ramjet.
Yeah. Justin, have you looked into anything like that? A ramjet similar to the Aurora?
I have the technical paper for that. It was written in at Sandia Labs in like 1974.
Ada, maybe you could send it in the chat.
Let me,
A
yeah.
little bit, Mark. Not as much. It's a little bit different.
So
So
that plane is
you're
a
doing like
combined cycle.
ramjets that are internal. That's how the first cruise missile, the one that was made in Nazi Germany, was made, right? The V2.
Is that the pulse detonation engine?
Yeah, the pulsed.
Pulse wave detonation engine, and it's called it was built by Lockheed Martin and Martin Marietta. One of my first aerospace mentor worked on it. It was a pumpkin seed shaped craft. It had 4 of the SR-71 engines to get it up to like Mach 3. It used liquid methane as from there. And then also it's a squeeze, right? So it's the ring of nozzles were on basically the back third. There was it looked like an aerospike on the back. And I recall that they were doping the fuel with boron, which I think would make it glow green. I'm not 100% sure on that one anymore, but
yep, green. It would also keep it combusting at higher speeds.
Okay. Yeah. And so as it was leaving the atmosphere, I've actually seen it. It leaves when the secondary propulsion system, which is the pulse wave detonation engine, is active. It starts leaving donut rings behind it. And the thing is incredibly quick. It went from horizon to horizon in like 90 seconds. And yeah, it was just screaming. You see it and you're like, what the hell is that thing? Like,
For those who don't know, Aidan Schaefer is out there in New Mexico. He's a minority white boy in the oldest town in North America, Taos, and he's seen flying saucers and all these craft come out of what is essentially the main nuclear base in North America. That's where most of the nuclear action happens.
Yeah, research and development. I have the paper. It's on my iPhone. I don't know, Mark. I can send it to you to your iPhone, and maybe since your Zoom is there on your
oh
Apple.
yeah, sure. Yeah, send it over. Who else do we have here that is new to this? Don V. Black, PhD, Doug and Gloria, Zertis. Oh, I know who that is. There has been quite a few new names this weekend. Bernie, of course, always shows up. Bernie, where's your Bert and Ernie? There's Gene, John Frey. There's a lot of new names here.
I can't really talk.
That's okay.
I'm running the YouTube.
Well, check your the WhatsApp, Mark.
Oh, sure. If you sent a link, then I will post it in. Oh, okay. That is a
document.
That's the actual document. Okay. Let me see if I can share that.
And for anybody that's listening, it's a NASA technical note D-5993. And it's a military paper that's hidden in a NASA database. And it was written
there it is. I just
Air Force Base.
I just uploaded it for everyone.
Anyway, so that vehicle is real, and it's carpet bombs, tactical nuclear warheads.
Justin, you probably want to download that from the chat. It's 2.05 megabytes.
Just did.
Perfect. Yeah, and David might be interested in that as well.
You're welcome.
So, Justin, how far along is your experimentation or work
on the Arbiter or the Midnight engine?
Both, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. Finishing up modeling for the Arbiter and then sending to like a prototype to like a machine shop to get that built, and then talking with Langley right now about like wind tunnel testing. And then the Midnight engine, basically we've got quite a few engineers that were basically have assembled the kind of like a combustion team, and we're working towards in 2023 kind of like laid out a simulation of a midnight engine combustion chamber at at a Mach 6 or 7 cruise speed. So still in design phase, but I think the most important part is kind of the team that we've got that can actually pull something like that off.
Yeah, team is very important. And if you listen to Elon Musk, I'll tell you about how design is 1% and manufacturing is the other 99. Where are you located? Where's your base? Where are you based out of?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Missouri. Okay. Well, we're in Hawthorne, New Jersey.
That's
And it's funny because SpaceX is in Hawthorne, California. So we're like the SpaceX of the East.
Yeah. No, that's the Midwest is like kind of lacking with aerospace.
I go to Colorado. There's quite a bit going on in Colorado. There's a lot of machine shops there too that would be interested in a job like that. We have a bit of a machine shop here, a CNC machine and all that. Who else is new? I mean, guys, this is open discussion. Everyone can start asking each other questions. John Frey, who's Gene? Doug and Gloria. Oh, Shrish Hola. Say hi. Hello, Shrish. Where are you from?
Hey, you remember me? I was here. I did a presentation a few weeks back.
Okay.
On that, do you remember that superstring propulsion technology I'm working on? Quantum loop?
I remember.
Bernie
Yeah.
remembers. Okay.
Yeah. So actually, I had a question. Maybe you know about this or have some thoughts on this. Again, given this context with superstring propulsion, I have an issue with electromagnetic shielding. So I've been using some copper film for that, but I was just wondering if you or anyone else has any other better ideas on. It's both. It's not RF shielding, but it's more electrical and magnetic fields. It's very sensitive to that. So
Are you talking about DC magnetic fields? What frequency?
It's basically I have some linear actuators, which of course has magnetic and electromagnetic fields, right? So basically, the environment cannot have any additional electromagnetic field because it increases the electromagnetic charge in the environment. So I need to shield that. Okay. So that's what it is. So I don't think it has anything to do with frequency because it's not RF shielding. It's just purely shielding electrical fields and magnetic. Yeah.
Oh, so for that, you'd probably want to use mu metal or iron, like soft iron or mu metal. Mu metal is probably the best.
It has to be non-magnetic.
Well, if you want to shield from magnetic source, you need to divert the magnetic field.
Yeah, like a Faraday cage kind of thing.
Yeah, but a Faraday cage that's made out of mu metal. Mu metal won't maintain the magnetic field. It won't become magnetized, but it will divert the magnetic field. It can also divert an electric field as well. But if you applied a magnet to a piece of mu metal that was, like a full circle or globe or something like that, or a square, whatever, building on the round is probably better if you were able to get a sphere of mu metal surround whatever you're trying to protect. That will prevent any magnetic fields from getting inside of it.
Okay. I mean, getting out of it, really speaking. Yeah.
It's probably easiest to make a tube, like a tube out of mu metal, because it normally comes in thin sheets. It's really thin material. So if you had like a tube of mu metal and then just put end caps on it, that should work. Although mu metal is kind of expensive. You could also get mu metal is basically 80% iron.
The shoestring budget kind of thing.
What? The shoestring budget?
Shoestring budget kind of thing.
shoestring budget kind of thing. Well, it needs, if you're trying to shield from magnetic, it needs to be a magnetic, a ferrous material.
Yeah, let me try that. I think, because I use copper, so I think that is good for electric fields.
Copper is good for electric fields. Moon metal is good for both.
Okay, let me look at that. I think that's a good suggestion, because that's something that I've been facing issues with. So yeah, that's great. Yeah, I'm proceeding with that. Been running into, I don't know how much you remember, but it's been in research, of course. So getting closer to something that's tangible than my last presentation. So yeah,
All right. Well, thanks for sharing. If you have any more questions, then I'll be glad to help you with that. We do have a large section of this lab dedicated to different types of shielding.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we have a large double layered Faraday cage. We've ran a lot of experiments where we needed to shield the test equipment in order to figure out what's to get
you don't want any
measurements.
influence of electromagnetic fields on that. And yeah, I think that's one of the biggest challenges with things like EM drive, etc., right? Where we don't know what is really going on there, because there's so much of external influence like electromagnetic, thermal, etc., that we don't know whether there's any real propulsion or it's just some magnetic field effects. Yeah. But for me, the problem is more fundamental, because the electromagnetic field increases the charge of the environment, which reduces the entropy of the system, and so etc. So anyway.
Hey, Sharish, check out this paper I just put in there, Pratt Camps et al. It's on a theoretical way of using metamaterials to create a magnetic diode.
Okay.
And so you get one-way inductive coupling. But it looks like you have to set up I don't remember the formulation of the metamaterial. It's in that paper, but essentially you can put it in like vertical sheets around whatever your magnetic source is or your field sources. And you potentially have one-way inductive coupling onto like a shell with no back feeding into your power system or whatever is creating the field.
So the basic thing is it needs to be restricted to within the system. That is fine, but it cannot leak out into the environment, so to say, because basically what I'm doing is it uses it's basically superstring propulsion, right? I mean, so basically there's a lot of influence of the vacuum on the behavior of the entropy of the system, and the entropy includes the electromagnetic environment outside. So when we have certain things like electromagnetic actuators, which I need for this system, that leaks out the electromagnetic fields and increases the entropy of the environment, which reduces the overall entropy available for work, so to say. So that's why I'm trying to do the shielding.
Interesting. Well, yeah, I guess talk with Tim, and hopefully we'll get an update on your research.
Yeah, hopefully in another month I should have something better. I mean, yeah, it's the proverbial research within a month, right?
Yeah, it's also the holidays here in the north.
So now it's going to be next month.
Yep. These next couple of weeks, everything just kind of slows down. So except for the accountants, they got to get super busy.
Yeah. So that's okay. 2023 then.
Does anybody know anything about Don Smith's high power generators? Don Smith, I'll show you. If I can share here, I don't know if they let me share, but whoopsie. Oh dear, it's not going this kind of thing here.
Yeah, I know the basic idea, but I can't see if the principle works.
You don't know if the principle works. Is that right?
I haven't tried it myself, but the idea is it's sending the signal out, and therefore there's no back EMF. It's supposed to work more like a regular radio transmitter.
Yeah, because I edited this document from Patrick Kelly. I just put it on ResearchGate. It's taken from Patrick Kelly's free energy devices, guide to free energy devices.
Yeah, that's an excellent site.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, Patrick Kelly's site's excellent.
And they say it's one of the most impressive free energy devices. One of the most impressive developers of free energy is Don Smith, produced many spectacular devices. So this one, he's showing devices here that are quite simple, only requires a moderate skill level to put them together. The parts are cheap and readily available. And he's showing a device here which sits on the bed, and it's got a coefficient of performance of over 13,000. So that's for every watt of energy you put in, you get 13,000 watts out. And then you can just it's run with a 12-volt battery. So I was looking at the design. I was reading through it. When I put it together, I didn't read it properly. I just read the grammar, making sure the grammar was correct. And now I'm reading through it, and it's basically this is just an improvement on using what's the jig? Two Tesla coils, an inner coil and an outer coil. You pass a current through them, one of them, and you can actually get a higher energy output just on a smaller coil inside a larger coil, if they're wound correctly to produce resonance, and that's the basic principle. But this one here includes capacitors and transformers, and so I just wondered what you guys thought of that. I'll stop the share.
It looks like a loosely coupled transformer to where the main coil is putting out a larger field. And then the receiving coils, when they make back EMF, it's too far away to couple back to it, to the back EMF. That's my guess, if it works.
Yeah. I think putting them together, I'm thinking of buying the parts and put it, because the parts are quite cheap and it's moderate skill level, not very difficult to do. I mean, he says you can't really put it together in an afternoon. You have to study it a bit, but it's only required moderate skill level to put it together.
There's a similar idea in the bitoroid, only it works on a different principle, but it's kind of the same. It diverts the back EMF. But are you familiar with the bitoroid?
No, I'm not.
It's basically a transformer where the primary, well, it's easier to show it to you. The primary couples to the secondary, but when the secondary makes a back EMF, it's diverted to a secondary. It's the secondary path has less reluctance to it.
He says, Don Smith says that he's getting in the electromagnetic wave that is produced. He's tapping into he says normal electricity uses the electrical component, but he's tapping into the magnetic component of the electromagnetic wave, and you can get you can get a lot more energy out for without disturbing the magnetic wave too much, that kind of thing. So he says normal electricity is tapping into the electrical component of the electromagnetic wave, and he says that's very inefficient. So he's using a different type of physics. He's not using conventional physics. He's describing it in his own way, using his own kind of idea of electrical engineering and physics.
So I would recommend you take a look on John Luis Naudin's site. He mentions parametric power conversion. That's a very important principle. I mentioned it too in my talk as well. I have that page. If you look at when I was showing off the pictures, the E2 over E1 equals V2 over V1 plus sum of gammas. So that expression is what happens when you modify the permeability and permittivity that the wave traveling through a medium observes. And you can get a lot of interesting effects out of that that would appear to be over unity, but are not necessarily. So I don't know if these are adjacent to something that actually works, or whether these sorts of systems are simply parametric systems, and the coupling is not something most people learn about, because you basically need to know variational calculus in order to know about that coupling term.
Yeah, I mean,
or at least knowing how to exploit it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's talking about tapping into what the environment, the 0 point energy or higher dimension or whatever it is, the ether, whatever it is. So
there's two ways. There's two things that you can do. You can potentially harvest ambient heat, in which case your circuit should cool down if that's happening. Or you could actually be doing the 0 point energy stuff, in which case the works of J.P. Vigier and Myron Evans and Leonard, the Leonard equations, those are the ones you want to go to understand that more deeply. I'm not 100% convinced of those, but they're interesting. I think that either they're trying to represent parametric effects in a kind of obtuse way, or there's some other electromagnetic effects there that are not characterized in the usual Maxwell's equations. There are definitely pieces missing from Maxwell's equations.
Yeah.
At least the Leonard equations, potentially. And then there's also these things called flying donut pulses or spatiotemporal optical vortices, which are essentially longitudinal. So I don't know what to make of that just yet, but there's definitely some other symmetry groups that might apply to electromagnetism. And if there are other symmetry groups that apply, then there may be ways. There's also windings, like there's some weird things. I haven't seen people get them working really, that, or at least I know people who've tried who are very skilled who didn't get them working, but there's something called the Caponad's coil. There's other things similar to that, which would use the same principle apparently. And yeah, and then there's all sorts of weird coupling schemes. A lot of them end up being parametric. So the idea with the parametric coupling is you have one coil around a ferrite core that's orthogonal to another coil, so 90 degrees magnetic fields. So when you turn one coil on, if there's a wave traveling in the other coil, it will appear to that traveling wave that the magnetic susceptibility is changing with respect to time due to the 90-degree field on top of that other field. And then on top of that, when you have crossed fields like that, normal electromagnetism says that those are linearly superimposed on top of each other. But these Leonard equations and other equations suggest that when you have fields that are on top of other fields, you get a pseudoscalar in the geometric algebra sense. And there's some really good new YouTube videos about geometric algebra, like a swift introduction to geometric algebra. That's a good one. But I mean, then if you see pseudoscalars in that sense, taking part in electromagnetism, that's mathematically speaking the way to understand them. Anyway, that should be helpful towards understanding because ultimately, if you got to understand not necessarily the specifics of that design or another design, you got to understand what's common amongst all of those designs. In order, because once you get the physical principles, it's far easier to make a system that works. Anyway, good luck.
Right angles either.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much.
How you normally have the coupling on the coils, it's, they normally talk like it's 100% coupling, but like you said, sometimes they change the angles. And if you change the angles, let's say you're 90 degrees, you're not going to get zero coupling, like a lot of people say in theory, because you don't have a magnetic field that just likes this. You have a magnetic field that curves around it. So just because you're at 90 degrees, perpendicular on the coils, doesn't mean all the fields won't couple. It'll couple.
Well, there's also that's inductive coupling still. There's still a separate coupling term, the parametric coupling term. and that behaves in a completely different manner.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that part.
Yeah, if you go to John Louis Nowden's site, he describes the parametric coupling term. It's basically just when you take that derivative to derive things, you just take all of the do the whole chain rule out, you get all the components. I don't know why they don't show it that way to people.
Which part of the site? I'm familiar with the site, but I haven't read it in detail. Or if you have a link to whatever page it is.
Yeah, I got it.
Also, I found another patent that was very similar to Smith's idea. It even shows a diagram that's really close to his, that shows the center coil with several coils around it. And it calls it, I already put a link in the chat, but it calls it self-sustaining electric power generation using electrons of low inertial mass to magnify inductive, and then it's cut off. I think it's inductive coupling. I'm not sure if that, or inductive energy.
And then the other one was Friedrich Morgenthaler, 1950 something.
Did you get did the link send okay? Oh, okay. Oh, I see the research one. I don't see the JLN one.
Yeah, that's the one I put in.
I sent it to Tim accidentally. Here, let me get it to everyone.
I sent that patent to everyone so they could see it, because it looks nearly identical. If you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
See, this is the important
sixth picture. It's identical to Don Smith's.
Because a lot of people take this parametric coupling term and they peddle it as free energy because they're like, hey, look, there's no inductive coupling, so how could you get this energy out? But it's parametric coupling. It's understood. It's not over unity necessarily. There's some specific situations that could be interesting in terms of recycling heat. And then I have no idea. I haven't looked into the Leonard equations or O3 electromagnetism or Figure's work enough to know whether you can directly couple to vacuum. There's still, but they have enough out there that if you read their stuff, you can make hypotheses about what would and wouldn't work based on their claims. And then you go from there. What else was there?
That patent part, if you wanted to see that. You're already up, so just pull it up yourself.
One moment, I was just going to share another paper.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh, by the way, you did really good today, especially for not being prepared.
Well, the ideas are in my head.
Really good.
The ideas are in my head. The process of putting them down onto paper is the hard part.
No feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always the thing, you know. You know what it is, but to put it down in a linear form, that's the challenge. Yeah.
And make it very super understandable.
That's
okay. Here it is. Yeah, velocity. Yeah, for sure. So this paper, Velocity Modulation of Electromagnetic Waves by Friedrich Morgenthaler. All you have to do is switch out. His equation 20, I think, or 15 or something. But anyway, you take his equation and you substitute velocity and impedance for mu and epsilon, do the constitutive equations, and you get that expression that I showed earlier for, actually, I'll just go get the paper real quick.
You don't have a link you don't have to be a member of the IEEE, do you? I'll see if I can find one with that title. Oh man, I hate it when they do stuff like that. Let's see. Yeah. Man, I can't even say that guy's name.
Yeah, this one. My screen's not on me, so I don't know if this is actually visible to people, but let's see. Let me check. Yeah. So this thing that I showed before, that equation, of course, is you get it directly from Friedrich Morgenthaler's work with the simple substitution of gamma and velocity for mu and epsilon, using the standard electromagnetic form of those things. And then you have this term associated with velocity, and you have this term associated with impedance. And when you modify the impedance, you get these reflections that seem to come out of nowhere according to the standard coupling. And I don't know, this is still standard electromagnetism. This is not linear equations or any exotic like other symmetry of electromagnetism. This is but the cool thing about these is if you pump the system parametrically, and it just so happens that your magnetic relaxation or paramagnetic relaxation is happening at the same frequency that your circuit resonates at, then the magnetic relaxation is driven by ambient heat. So the disordering of the magnet in your solenoid is driven by the ambient heat in your environment. And that means that in principle, you could use the ambient heat to pump your LC circuit. And then what you need to do with your LC circuit is you need to modify the inductance and capacitance so that when magnetic relaxation occurs, it's driving the circuit, the LC resonator. And then when you're pumping energy back in, it's not being affected by the Neal relaxation that would otherwise happen. So there's some asymmetry there that you have to modify your inductance and capacitance that the traveling wave sees. And you can do that with another traveling wave to an extent, but then you're not going to get any, well, so yeah, anyway, there's a lot to explore there, but all of that stuff with parametric excitations is outside of the O3 electromagnetism that would enable CPT symmetry violation that would suggest vacuum energy sources or stuff. So it's either or, like it could be one way or it could be the other.
There was another person that said something similar. I can't think of the Bearden guy. There was another guy.
Exactly. Bearden, when I did my research recently, I found that Bearden was talking specifically about O3 electromagnetism and SU2 electromagnetism, which are the Leonard equations and Big-Ears equations.
You know what I'm talking about? He had another guy he worked with at the lab.
And he would talk about phase conjugate mirrors, but then the thing is, phase conjugate mirrors are also parametric.
No, he was talking about how the back EMF in the coils is dependent on altitude. He said that the higher you get, the higher the back EMF you get.
Well,
I've never heard of that before.
I have no idea. Well, anyways, there's tons of experiments to determine which is the true thing. And JP Vigier's papers are around, and the Leonard equations are around, and these equations are now people have this stuff. So
I have an idea.
Play around with it.
The higher you get, for about every meter you get, it's about 300 volts higher off the ground. Maybe it's coupling to that somehow.
So that's one thing I'd looked at. Supposedly, so basically, if you have I spoke about this long ago, but I spoke about something similar long ago. There's this thing called a topological Tesla coil, where if you take a bipolar Tesla coil and you enclose one of the top loads of the coil around the other, so that
what is the bipolar coil? I've heard several of those, but I never knew what the difference was.
So bipolar Tesla coil has two top loads with a center tap, essentially.
Right.
So it doesn't necessarily need the center tap either, but it could be free floating. But basically, if you take a bipolar Tesla coil and you surround one of the top loads with the other, so it's circularly symmetric, that object.
So two coils?
Resonate,
Two coils then? Or two different loads and stuff?
One. So same. I mean, you have the primary and the secondary. That's coils, but we're talking about one bipolar Tesla coil and two top loads, one on each end of it.
Okay, I got you.
So if you take one of those top loads and you surround the other end, so you have the circularly symmetric, spherically symmetric thing. So you have one top load inside it and one outside. Then normally you would have a dipole, but in this case, the dipole is circularly symmetric, assuming that the operational frequency doesn't produce any resonances on the surface of the outer sphere or whatever. But so we're talking about lower frequencies. Basically, what you've made is a macroscopic an analog of a quantum dot. So you have some macroscopic analog of a surface plasmon, and that object outside of the surface decays with distance exponentially. So along the surface, you have a wave equation associated with this object, and normal to the surface, you have a parabolic PDE instead of a hyperbolic PDE. So it goes exponentially with distance, but there's no such thing as a speed limit for that object. So it essentially goes infinitely fast. And you can demonstrate that this near field effect does go faster than light. So that solves all the horizon issues with the warp drives and stuff. So we can project the field in front of the craft. But that's a whole other can of worms. So the claim is, with that sort of system, with O3 electromagnetism, you should see longitudinal waves come out of that, if and only if the thing is electrostatically charged relative to some external body. So if it's grounded to the ground, you have that object, it has some interesting properties, but it still doesn't make longitudinal waves. And then when you electrostatically charge the thing and have it floating relative to you, then you should start to see some longitudinal waves, which would correspond to something called space charge, if space charge exists. And if space charge exists, that's a whole other can of worms. But it would explain a lot. It would explain why there's a redshift in the universe, because in terms of photon mass, this is a deep rabbit hole we're talking about here. But yeah, J.P. Vigier's papers and Tom Bearden's work is based off of Myron Evans, but Myron Evans just plagiarized J.P. Vigier, so just go to the original guy. Although Myron Evans had some interesting ideas too, just kind of all over the place a little bit.
Stan Deyo mentioned coupling to the ionosphere also. He's got a patent on making energy from that.
No, that one's another parametric system. So the ionosphere goes up and down a little bit.
HED.
Well, it's very simple. Parametric means you're either changing inductance or your capacitance. So if you have your ionosphere that moves up and down slightly with resonances due to solar wind, you have another capacitor plate on the ground. It's going to be pressed on by the ionosphere, essentially.
Right. That's the same exact thing he said.
Yeah, exactly. It's very simple. That's literally the same thing. You could do the same thing with a capacitor plate in your hands. If you pull the capacitor plates apart, you store mechanical energy as you pull them apart. So the voltage goes up and the total power in the thing goes up. Same idea. But that one's not free energy. That's just coupling parametrically to the ionosphere.
Yeah, still free. Well, I suppose all of it's coming from somewhere we don't understand yet. So,
I mean,
I know what you mean.
If you do understand the parametric stuff, you get about half of how these things work, and then the other things are still a mystery to me. But I'm currently poking around with the electromagnetism stuff.
Are you familiar with the patent for that, the Stan Deyo patent?
Stan Deyo, I looked at what he was talking about a while back and just didn't get it at the time. But now that I understand some of the stuff about Vigier's, maybe it's time to look at it again. Yeah, maybe it's time to look at that again. I'm familiar with the guy anyways.
Let's see. Here we go. I'll send you the name so that there we go. Makes it easy to find. Yeah, there's a couple of different versions of that. There's like a 2008, and I think the other one's like 2010 or 2012 US patent. And then there's a world patent that goes into more detail. Oh, okay, there's the world patent. Okay. That one's a newer patent. That's the one I like the best out of all of them, but it's the same basic idea, but the world patent, it's like 8 years newer. So,
Well,
yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting.
I mean, I'm just getting back into all that stuff after having ignored Bearden, assuming it was a parametric effect years ago. And now I see the O3 electromagnetism stuff, and he makes a lot more sense. I'm still not convinced it's not parametric coupling, but O3 is a symmetry group in group theory. It corresponds to rotations in 3 dimensions. So there's some concept So basically, there's some particles. So there's like not just the normal photon, but you can rotate this object in some space, and you get different particles besides just the photon. I don't really understand how you get particles out of O3 instead of U group. Yeah, I don't know. Usually electromagnetism is U1, which corresponds to a two-dimensional, basically e to the I pi sort of thing. You have your plane, you have your variables, and that's how the object changes with respect to time. But O3 is a more complicated symmetry. And I don't know if it's even legit, but it's interesting, and I understand it a little better now based on Vigier's work.
So many things like that where you can't tell if it's a real thing or a math thing.
Well, that's why you got to find those original authors. Their names are like gold.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yep, if you can track down the research over the decades, and sometimes if you see really promising results and then it goes black, then you know there's something there.
Does the electrons of low inductive mass mean anything to you?
Well, that's part of the O3 electromagnetism stuff. They basically, if their model is correct, and I don't understand why yet, but if their model is correct, then the photon has mass, and that's why also that's why we would have the redshift, because if the photon has mass, then it can collide with things as it travels and lose a small amount of energy in ways that it wouldn't normally, because if it were just U1 symmetry, you would only have quantized transitions with matter as it traveled, so you wouldn't expect it to redshift on its own. But if it has a slight mass, then the gravitational redshift that we've observed with distance, it wouldn't correspond to an expansion of the universe. It would just correspond to the electrons losing a small amount of energy as they travel through diffuse plasma.
So does that mean different materials would give off different electrons with different mass? Because this one is saying a photoconductive selenium drum was the reason why it was lower mass.
I think that has to do with the polarization. So there's this if you have circularly polarized light, then their claim is that you have a component of magnetism in the direction of propagation that's due to the polarization, due to something called the inverse Faraday effect. And because that is maximized for circularly polarized light, then if you have just a vertical or horizontal polarization, you should have less mass because you have less of that field. It behaves more like a U1 symmetry photon without mass. So maybe it has something to do with that, but I'm speculating at this point.
Hey, just an idea. How about giving some classes sometimes? This is a lot of that's way over my head, and it's been so long. It's like, man.
Anyway, that's just some things to research for people looking at that stuff. I mean, honestly, like some of the stuff on Patrick Kelly's YouTube and website, like I would just love to test them, but testing them would be expensive. Like there's even just this one thing where he uses a water column, and it's just purely based on variational calculus. So there's this water column that you just bubble air into, and you have a bucket that it collects the air and goes up, and that's it. And
oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, I mean, well, he has an array of buckets, and it goes around in a loop. But
buoyancy power. Yeah,
it's interesting because that, I believe, if it works, is simply a parametric system, or it's a second law violator like the ones I was talking about earlier tonight. If it works, because what you're doing is you're getting a buoyant force from a volume of air and that volume of air is increasing with the reduction of pressure as it goes up, and that volume of air is pushing the water column higher as well. So when you do the variational calculus and you take in those two effects, it ends up taking more energy or less energy to compress the air and get it injected under the water column than the energy that you get back by the buoyancy. And then the energy comes from the expansion of the air, which cools more than cools below room temperature. So if you ran this thing at a large enough scale, it should cool down below room temperature as it produces energy. Simply due to
the cooling effect come from?
The cooling effect comes from the expansion of the air as a gas. But that expansion of the air also increases the force and the distance at the same time for the you need to do variational calculus.
Different depths.
It's like the brachistochrome problem. You need to do variational calculus to account for the raise in the water column due to the increase in the air, and then also the increase in the buoyant force over that distance. Yeah, it's a very interesting one, and it's very simple conceptually.
For the air, one of the different variations on that was using electrolysis, and I'm not
familiar with that one.
Yeah, it was just the same thing, using electrolysis to fill the buckets,
Oh, that's cool. So you're using electrolysis to produce gas.
Right.
Then you're harvesting the buoyant force as it goes up a water column.
And then once you get
then you're combining it again. Too. Oh, that's cool. I like it. Because then you don't even have to worry about compressing a gas.
Right. I was wondering too, if let's say you're at 10 feet down versus 100 feet down, does it take any more energy for electrolysis at much higher pressure? Because you could get much energy out.
So the challenge is but then water does not become your optimal material. Methanol does, because when you electrolyze water, it's about 70% efficient with the best systems we have. And then also at the end, it's about 70% efficient also.
Yeah, but does pressure make any difference?
Yeah, pressure makes almost no difference in that case. That's interesting. But
because if you just go down like 20 or 50 feet, you could get way more power out of the same system.
Oh, that's true, because the larger the water column, the higher the pressure, the more efficient the electrolysis.
Right.
But
plus the like Myers electrolysis, the pulsed AC, pulsed DC, building up a charge and capacitively breaking down the water. He was supposed to be way more efficient with that too. I believe.
So if you just use methanol in normal electrolysis, you get methane out, and methane fuel cells are 99% efficient, although they do operate at high temperature.
Oh, even better.
So you'd have to have a steady state that it goes into, and you'd have to heat the thing up to begin with. But then to electrolyze methanol to methane, I don't know if that's sufficient or not. But there's probably some electrolysis that's near 100% efficient, so you almost use no energy to convert the stuff. And then if you put it through a fuel cell at the end. But that's very interesting.
Cells we can make that are efficient, that aren't ridiculously expensive.
Well, direct methanol fuel cells are direct methane fuel cells. Solid oxide methane fuel cells at about 500 Celsius are 99% efficient. So if you have methane, you can get really good power out of it. But the solid oxide is usually zirconium and cerium based, so it's expensive. There were some people using barium zirconate, but then you're just putting in barium and you still have to use zirconium.
Right. That Blue Box company said you could put gasoline in theirs.
Yeah, you could, but the efficiency is not going to be super high. The high efficiency becomes because when you break down methane, you almost have zero entropy change, because you're trading 3 gas molecules for 3 gas molecules when you combust methane. You get the methane plus 2 oxygen, and then you have CO2 plus 2 H2O. So the entropy change is negligible. So that allows the process to be almost 100% efficient for methane.
Well, I'll tell you what I was thinking, and well, sounds like you're probably the right person to figure this out. Well, you definitely have way more chemistry background than I have. I thought, why are we wasting our time on these Teslas and the other batteries and trying to go all electricity and convert them around when they can just go to the gas station and use fuel cells instead of batteries? Go directly from, still use the same system we've got. Only
you could use
the fuel cells don't put out pollution like combustion, right?
Yeah, because your fueling time would be like 30 seconds instead of half an hour. And
right.
The challenge is if you have
or even worse, the trucks they just had, it was 1 hour for every 9.8 minutes.
So you can't use
miles.
You can't use exactly the same pumps because it's a little bit more complicated. You would have to remove the used up. So assuming you have a flow based cell, so you have two liquid fuels. Well, if you can get it down to one liquid fuel for your fuel cell,
I was just thinking gasoline, just straight gasoline. That's like now. What's why can't that be?
Well, then you would have to make the gasoline out of some carbon neutral process. Eventually, at least.
Why does it have to be carbon neutral? I mean, this whole obsession with carbon. I mean,
so the first off,
the food cycle. It doesn't have to be zero.
So fuel cells right now are very expensive for not that much gain over combustion engines.
Right.
So that's the real issue at the moment. And then some of these materials.
Well, let's say they were just
order of magnitude of size.
So, I mean, let's just say they were equal.
It's an infrastructure. It's not a physics problem. It's an infrastructure and sociology problem. It's not a physics.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, we don't have the production. Like I was talking about ionomers. Ionomers, there's not the production capacity for ionomers to produce that many. Batteries even just for lithium-ion batteries, although that's not the limiting factor.
Is, but ionomers.
Ionomers are polymers with ionic functional groups.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's about my chemistry.
Yep. So, yeah, I mean, for the time being, a lot of ionomers are super expensive just because they haven't been scaled up in production.
I'm just thinking, just if we could get, because I mean, gasoline engine? I think it's something like 18 or 20% of the energy actually ends up at the wheels.
Yep.
So if we have fuel cells,
if you're lucky,
that if they're like 40% efficient and they're going through an electric motor, and instead of putting out tons of heat and everything, in the end,
it's infrastructure. It's like I was saying,
or better.
It's like I was saying that you have
because they're not going through.
You have economy of scale. You have economy of scale. You have tons of factories over the last couple centuries built to make combustion engines. So the whole supply chain is there, it's solid, and the production capacity can meet the demand. For fuel cells, you don't have a ton of factories all over the world that have been there for centuries. Those need to be built in order to provide the same scale. And in the meantime, because they're not scaled up, fuel cells are much more expensive. So it's a chicken or the egg sort of problem,
Well, that's the reason why I was saying just stick with the gas we got now. Maybe have
if you still have fuel cells, I'm saying fuel cells are just that much more expensive than combustion engines that people don't want to do it yet. I'm sure that at some point they will.
I agree completely. But I mean, instead of Teslas, which, they bought a Tesla and then they find out it takes 10 or 12 hours every time you need to charge it. I would think they'd be really happy to yank that battery out and stick a fuel cell in instead.
Or even just to put
out less pollution, because you don't have the nitrates and all that stuff as a pollution.
Even just a flow battery, I would say, if you could have a flow redox battery, you could recharge it at the gas station with a big giant recharger, and then pump it into the cars as they arrive.
Yeah, how fast are the flow batteries? I've heard of those, but
I mean, the flow batteries, it doesn't matter. So since you're pumping fluid instead of charging
the electrolyte, then, right? Instead of
exactly, you charge the electrolyte on site at the gas station. So instead of delivering gas to the gas station, you have a power line going to the gas station.
That's a way better solution.
And then I guess you have one side of the battery be catalytic and the other side is the flow cell side. So your energy stored in one liquid instead of two. But then the problem still is you would need to modify the pumping system because you have to remove the used up fluid each time.
What's the problem with
what is the output of one of those fuel cells with like gasoline?
What was that, Brendan?
I said, what's the issue with Tesla coils, such as Don Smith's device? He got his ideas from Nikola Tesla. There's also water fuel cells, using hydroxy gas.
Mostly noise, electronic noise pollution, probably, I would say.
Well, the Tesla coils, you mean?
Also, high voltage and RF have more effects on the human body than people realize because they induce conformational changes in proteins. So they change enzymatic activity. And that's basically how the...
You could also have a Faraday cage around them. Put a Faraday cage around them.
But then you're still... Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
But
a normal Tesla coil is not over unity, but there's other things.
There's a lot of different types, different purposes. Like here, you've got. If I could just get it a minute, hold on a minute. Here. So you've got all these different. This is the these are all the different types using an aerial gravity, spinning rotor, motionless circuit, efficient magnetic transfer, fission electrolysis. That's like Stan Myers. Effective battery charging, permanent magnets only, permanent magnets with electricity, passive devices, inertia, ground energy, radioactive, isotope exchange, splitting the positive, magnetic coupling, inert gas motors, optical amplification, friction, piezoelectricity. Those are
the claims, and many of those are parametric or variational calculus sort of systems, and some of them may be using like the high efficiency electrolysis, like if you have those like high voltage pulsed systems or the stuff that uses ultrasound. So the claim with those sorts of systems is that you're changing what molecules are stable by using a pseudoscalar crossed field of some kind, and that allows water to be less stable at as standard temperature and pressure than it otherwise would be in the pseudoscalar field. And that's the claim. I don't know whether that's true or not. I'm excited to test. Oh, my computer's almost out of battery.
Can you post a link to that file that you got?
Yeah, that one there that I just showed there. That's the one I linked in the chat, which is basically that's in the introduction. So that's basically, the title is High Powered Device of Don Smith. I edited it. I just put it together, copied it, and corrected some spelling mistakes and that kind of thing. Put it in that form. And then in the introduction, I've just said some of what Patrick Kelly said.
A research, okay.
And then down here, I've got all the different types of free energy devices that he talks about in the book, which is 2,500 pages of his book. I think he's retired now. And Don Smith, I've heard, had got Alzheimer's.
I heard Patrick Kelly ended up. I thought Patrick Kelly died or something.
Now, unfortunately,
Patrick Kelly died. All right.
I thought I heard that, but I don't know. I mean, he hasn't uploaded anything to YouTube in years.
I went to Patrick Kelly's site, and his version is different than what yours is. It's only 99 pages.
I have all the original stuff as well on an old drive somewhere.
If you go down to the references at the bottom, I linked. What I did is I took Patrick Kelly's document and put it on my ResearchGate because you couldn't get it from his website anymore.
Oh, is that your ResearchGate?
Thank you.
If you click on that one, it will take you to my ResearchGate page where I've got where you can download it from my ResearchGate page.
Oh, thank you so much.
Great. Yeah.
Thank you. That's good.
So that's in the document that I linked. So that in the one that I linked in the chat, if you go down to the bottom, you click on that link there, and it will take you to his 2020 version, 2020 version, and you can just download it there because it's not. You can get it on the internet, but you can't get it from his site, his free energy site.
Well, thank you. That's good. That should be put up on the internet all over the place.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the
So
version
does
I've got says 2002, but the version you have says 2022.
20 no that's the one I look. That's if you go down to bottom there.
Oh, that's you edited. Okay.
It's 2020. The version is 2020. I just whoopsie, go down to bottom there. I just last visited. What's that one? Let's see. Yeah, last visited in 2022. That's my ResearchGate account. So that's from this version 3.4.8 is from 2020. Release date was he released that in January 24th of January 2020.
Have you replicated any of what Don did?
No, I haven't. I've also got the one I had quite a lot of success with. I've had 33,000 downloads of it since February 2020, and that's the water-fueled cell. This one down here.
Cool. What ended up happening with that one?
Well, water-fueled cell. This one here has had. I've had nearly 34,000 downloads of it in the last 2 years.
You got it working?
No, I haven't got that working. I just edited the document.
Oh, okay.
But I've had a few people emailing me. One wanted me to build it for them, and someone else was trying to make it for their ships, for their yachts in Toronto. Huh. But I tried to make a magnetic motor at one time, but with the magnetic motor, because for my PhD I studied electromagnetic tomography, and I tried to make the magnetic motor one time, and with a ring of magnets, take one out and then have a smaller speaker magnets in between. It didn't quite work. I was told by a friend of mine, a colleague from the university who was an expert in magnetism, the inner magnet has to be magnetized correctly. If it's not magnetized correctly, it won't work. So when you see these people trying to debunk it on YouTube, their inner magnet isn't magnetized correctly. It has to be magnetized in the domains in the right way for it to work. So my one didn't work. So that's one explanation for it. But I didn't try very hard. So I was with a group who I said I'd make it for. You know,
you were replicating an MRI or making something new.
Sorry, I was replicating the magnet. The simple demonstration of George Green's. Let me just share here. George Green's magnetic motor. I think I can find it on here.
Okay.
So magnets are magnetized. Not all magnets are magnetized the same way. They're magnetized. Speaker magnets can be magnetized differently. George Green magnetic motor. Let's see if I've got. I'm not sure they still got this on the. Let me just spell his name correctly. George Green magnetic motors. Not sure if they've taken it off.
Removed so much last year, man.
Here it is here. So this is just a simple demonstration of a magnetic motor. But
I couldn't get any replication out of it. I mean, any rotation out of it.
Yeah. So the speaker, the inner magnet, the inner little ring that you attach to the dynamo, all that little inner ring, that inner magnet has to be magnetized correct. It has to be in the correct magnetized in the right way, because the magnets are magnetized differently. So you've got a ring of magnet. It doesn't matter how you place these outer ring. You take one out to cause a disturbance, a disturbance in the magnetic field. So the magnetic field is a vortex. And then if you see this here, so
put a shaft on it. The plastic, don't put a metal shaft.
Like to see
I
it
don't know
in
about
one of the
those.
CRT. See what the field looks like.
Power, and that's
Or
I
one
don't
of
know
those
about
magnet
that
sheets.
one.
Definitely
I've
in
never
front of the
seen
CRT,
a.
though.
I've never seen a magnet motor actually work.
You just attach it to a small dynamo and you can light up an LED.
I don't know. Something's. I don't. At least theoretically speaking, I don't see why it would work. So it makes me skeptical. But I mean, sure. I suppose there. I posted here's a link. Lyapunov fractals and that. So basically, when you have nonlinear systems, they can be chaotic, but under some parameter spaces, they're not chaotic. So Lyapunov fractals are very useful for determining when that's the case. And there's this thing called self-oscillation in magnets or in magnetic materials. It's usually thermally driven, and it has to do with commensurability in nonlinear systems. And those could be producing energy, but these other ones I don't see how.
I mean,
So-
Paul Lavinette's subquantum kinetics, that actually, which has got like 13 a priori predictions, mostly in astronomy. You've got the X ethron field, the Y ethron field, and the G ethron field for electric and gravitational. And the electric one, when the electric one moves, it produces the gravitational field, and that he has predicted violation of the laws of thermodynamics with that model, and also he is able to get to sustain a wave. I'll show you. I'm not sure if I can find it here, just off the top of my head on this computer, my other one. But he's basically the de Broglie wave packet in quantum mechanics dissipates away. It can't sustain itself. It just dissipates away. And de Broglie knew there was something wrong with his model, and he knew that it should be non-linear. Paul Lavinette's produced a non-linear open reaction diffusion system, which sustains where the particle sustains itself by basically tapping into the ether or higher dimension or whatever.
Yeah.
You know.
If it dissipates, what does it dissipate to?
It did the Model G wave packet dissipates, but it's also regenerating itself from as being an open system. Okay. So we look at the universe and conventional scientists, conventional physicists and astronomers, they see the universe as a closed system. Paul's looking at it as an open system, and also as a subatomic particle is an open system. It's not closed. I mean, maybe you can apply a closed system to a refrigerator, but then you can't apply a refrigerator the rest of the universe. So, and he's had quite a lot of success with in astronomy and astrophysics and cosmology, where his model fits the data much better than the conventional astronomers and astrophysicists. So de Broglie knew there was something wrong with his wave packet, his quantum wave packet, because it just dissipates away. It couldn't sustain itself, and they still haven't improved upon that. So Paul has got the ether. Einstein couldn't understand why a photon could propagate through a vacuum. Well, Paul's got the ether. So the particle is both a wave and a particle. It's an subatomic particle, an oscillation in the ether. So that so it's both a wave and a particle. Whereas in quantum mechanics, you've got wave-particle duality. It's like when it's traveling, it's a wave. When you observe it, it's a particle. So he solved a lot of problems, and there are many other ones like the electrostatics that Richard Feynman realized, and the quantum physicists of the early quantum physicists realized that you can't apply, when you apply the laws of electrostatics to the quantum level, it blows up. It produces absurdities, infinities. They have to fudge the equations to actually make them do what they want them to do. So Feynman realized that this wasn't working out. When he was experimenting with nuclear reactors in the 1930s or 1940s, he realized that the fusion of neutrons in a nuclear reactor were behaving in a very similar way to the laws of electrostatics. And he said, what if on those subquantum level, there are these little exons that we can't see, and they're producing the macro scale level of electrostatics on the macro scale, on the normal scale, they're producing the laws, but deeper down, they're behaving like these little exons of the diffusing neutrons in a nuclear reactor. And that's basically what Paul's done, because Feynman wasn't aware of reaction diffusion, of the brusellator and reaction diffusion. And Paul has basically been able, so quantum mechanics can't explain gravity.
What's this reaction diffusion you mentioned?
Well, what is reaction diffusion? Reaction diffusion is based on the brusellator. The brusellator in chemistry, even professors of many professors of chemistry have never even heard of it. And they don't like it because it violates the laws of thermodynamics. The brusellator is a little known chemical wave in chemistry, because I was in a lab where one of the guys was investigating it, and he showed me a petri dish showing chemical waves. I said, "Oh, chemical waves." He said, "How do you know that? How do you know that?" I said, I told him I was reading Paul Lavillette's Subquantum Kinetics. He said, "I've spoken to professors of chemistry. I've spoken to professors of chemistry who've been studying chemistry for 40 years, and they've never heard of it." And I asked him later how many professors. He said about 12 who studied the subject. So the brusellator Paul came across, which is basically a chemical clock, chemical waves that waves that generate themselves. Nothing generates them. They violate the laws of thermodynamics. And he based his subquantum kinetics on that. And then it turns out that he can apply it to a subatomic particle, and also on the larger scale to astronomical objects. So that's in Subquantum Kinetics, the book Subquantum Kinetics. So Paul's got quite a lot of, he's got about 13 or 14 a priori predictions. I mean, he hasn't got the spin of a particle, of a subatomic particle that's simulated. We haven't got the spin yet. That's because we don't know how, we don't know how to do it just quite yet, but we've got it reacting and diffusing and behaving like a particle to a certain extent. And he's got gravity, so he's got the geons, the etherons in the ether that represent gravity, the exons and the yons that represent electrical field, and also their movement produces magnetism. He thinks maybe the geons also contribute to gravity as well. So, and he was explaining the Pogrenov's gravity beam Pogrenov's gravity beam generator, and all kinds of things. But so there's a lot of ideas there that can solve a lot of problems in physics, and also show that the universe is an open system, a subatomic particle is an open system. Physics treats particles as closed systems. That's why it can only explain it a certain amount. So conventional physics can explain it a bit. It can explain a certain amount, but there's a whole lot more that it can't explain that is out there, you know. And so Paul's fundamental is the violation of first law of thermodynamics, and also the second law of thermodynamics. I think also even Newton's third law and this kind of thing.
How do you spell that, the word that you used for chemical waves? Because I tried looking it up, but I can't find anything.
Yeah, I'll send find you chemical waves.
Yeah, you want where it shows like these signs, but I don't know if that's the same thing.
That's the brusellator reaction diffusion. So they don't like it in chemistry because it violates their laws. It violates the laws of thermodynamics, the brusellator. You can find that on Wikipedia.
That was actually another paper that came up, was thermodynamics of chemical waves.
So yeah, if you just go like that into So chemical waves, the brusselator, if I put chemical waves,
Reaction diffusion.
Okay.
Is that the same thing that's making these like designs in a petri dish of reactions?
Yeah, it's making these designs in a petri dish. This is, I saw this guy who was a bit of a maverick, kind of. He had a physics background, but he was studying rocks, and he thought most rocks, the microscopic crystals in most rocks were caused by chemical waves, and he came across it from a Royal Society lecture a number of years back.
Oh, okay. I get you now. I'm reading the Wikipedia page. Yeah, this is. I don't see how it necessarily violates the second law, or because I mean, eventually
it's an open system. Energy is coming from outside, maybe from a higher dimension, or if you don't believe in higher dimensions.
With the brusselator, the energy is coming from the chemicals used. It still runs out of energy eventually, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at our paper, the paper I did a sort of a smart summary of Paul's work with Paul from one of his books. So if you go to, I'll just put it up. Let me just see.
But in any case, the idea is the right general idea. You have an attractor in attractor space via the nonlinear dynamics, and if you have a flow of energy, then you can get a stable attractor which outputs energy that you can use from that other flow of energy.
Here. Explanation of model G. This one here. I'll put that in the link. Explanation of model G in subquantum kinetics. So that's just like 5 or 6 pages long, and I'll put that in the chat.
Yeah,
that's just a summary, an explanation of model G.
Is your PhD in chemistry or physics?
It's in physics. It's in magnetic induction tomography, which is basically using magnetic waves, magnetic fields from a Tesla coil to image inside metal boxes. It's also being developed for security and medicine, and it's used in searching for oil in the oil industry, in geophysics and the oil industry, or based on the principle of a metal detector, detecting metal objects inside metal containers.
Magnetator, is that what you said?
Sorry?
Yeah, did you say magnetator?
I was detecting metallic objects, like a metallic disc inside a metallic container, using alternating magnetic fields from a helmet's coil.
Okay.
That was for security applications, but it's used in medicine and also in the oil industry. They use it for the similar principle. They use different ones. They use acoustics as well, but they use magnetic fields from coils on the bottom of the sea floor to penetrate deep at very low frequencies. The electromagnetic wave can penetrate quite several kilometers into the rock, and from beneath the sea floor into the rock, and also detect oil, because oil it produces a conductivity map. So all metals and objects have different conductivity. So if you're detecting one conductivity, it's a metal or gold or silver or copper. If you're searching for oil, oil has very little conductivity. Everything has conductivity, but non-metals like oil have almost no conductivity. So where you see no conductivity on the map, on the tomographic map, that means you're probably finding oil or something like that.
Could you image the insides of a submarine, or would that be too magnetically conductive?
No, I just set it up from first principle. I didn't know much about it at the time, and we just set it up from first principles. And then we found a whole lot of other people doing something similar, but not exactly the same. So we developed it from first principles.
Yeah, just generally, seismic imaging is a big industry.
Yeah.
I just ran across where they were using terahertz waves to image like about an inch down into the brain. They were also using it as a book, where they could take a book, set it on the counter, and image the whole thing without ever opening it.
Oh, cool.
That was by MIT Media Labs. So
Oh yeah, they do a lot of
they
fun
weren't
stuff.
it wasn't technically optics, but it was at the terahertz range that was just at the end of visible optics. So I don't know.
Infrared is still optical, especially if you get it coherent.
Right.
Or it will
They were
behave.
probably a little more the
It will
microwave
behave
side.
optical. It'll behave more or less optical, and then all you have to do is have the focal plane of your system be thin as a page.
Yeah, so X-rays penetrate into the Earth due to the high energy of the photon. But electromagnetic wave that is not a high energy, sort of like a high energy X-ray or gamma ray, can penetrate due to its large skin depth. So a very low frequency can penetrate due to its large skin depth. But a high energy gamma ray will penetrate due to its energy. But a very low frequency, like 5 hertz of a radio wave, will penetrate due to its very large skin depth.
Yep.
The lower frequency ones go deeper, right?
Yeah, the lower frequency ones will go much deeper. So using like 5 hertz or 0.1 of a hertz, they can penetrate quite several kilometers under 10 kilometers.
Or equivalently, you can say that matter interacts with light within a certain range of frequencies, and it interacts less with frequencies above or below the scale of the matter. So
How do you make
it's an
such low
equivalent
frequency
statement.
waves though? Because I mean, the quarter wavelength for that would be miles and miles long.
Yep, that's the idea.
So how do they do that?
So low frequency has a large skin depth. It means it can penetrate due to its very large skin depth of the.
How would you make a 5 hertz wave though?
Very slowly.
How would you couple it with the antenna? Put it that way.
You would just have
antenna.
you'd have a
Using
phased
coils.
array or a simple capacitive setup. Phased array or capacitive coupling.
Capacitive coupling, I can see. The phased array. That
It would have to be big. Yeah. Well, yeah, you'd have long strings of wire. Check out the Alexanderson antenna. That was around that.
I've heard you can pulse microwaves to get the same effect, like the microwave hearing effect, but I don't know if that's actually.
That's not the same thing here. What we're talking about
In other
here.
words, you can take a microwave signal and pulse it at 10 hertz, and it will have the same result as a 10 hertz signal.
You're talking about. We're talking about here mainly capacitive coupling. So, kind of like a theremin, but very low frequency. Yeah, basically you just have a sphere or a bunch of wires all running along a thing, and then you just go up and down very. And it's like a tiny fraction of the total wavelength. Oh, and then the other thing you can do is you can use a solenoid coil with a magnetic material inside it, and you can get such high inductances that in practice it's
that'll continue.
Well, I mean, yeah. So like if you have a really long dipole antenna, you want to make it really short, you first off coil it up, and then if you want to like lower the frequency even more, you put a ferrite core in there, and that slows down the wave speed inside it tremendously. So then it's essentially a metamaterial sort of thing, and you're working with a much smaller wavelength than you otherwise would.
I remember how to make the antennas, but they never went into any detail of the physics of it. Nothing like that. Just the basic quarter wavelength thing.
Yeah, it's just wave speed. So actually, yeah, this is something I wish I'd gotten into more with my explanation of the graphene energy harvester. So when you have a very high wave speed, your corresponding wavelength is really long. When you have a really slow wave speed, it shrinks down the wave to a very short wavelength. So basically making a coil and putting a solenoid, like a big chunk of iron in the middle of that, that will minimize your wave speed through that object, because wave speed is 1/√mu epsilon. So the mu term, if that's 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 like iron or other magnetic core, then your size scale for your waves is 10,000 times smaller, whatever you want it to be. So,
Michael, I gotta run. Can you take over the reins, be the admin here?
well, I do have to go too, so we might as well end it in a minute. I'll just get through my explanation real quick with the graphene energy harvester. So the cool thing about the graphene energy harvester is because the speed of sound on the graphene is so much higher than the speed of sound in the surrounding material, your thermal noise, your thermal vibrations in your external material are really small. And then when you have this big sheet of graphene, but the speed is so high, these things propagate over the whole sheet all at once. So you have really small vibrations, and it's like a magnifying lens on these vibrations. So the total amount of vibrations in the graphene energy harvester become really, really, there's very few in number because it only corresponds to what was touching the edge of that object. And the basically the crystal lattice size is roughly the same scale as the phonons. And then, yeah, I mean, at the edge of the graphene, they're all smushed out really wide because the speed of propagation is so much higher. And that's why you can have a non-thermodynamic limit on a flake of graphene at that scale, because you simply have so few thermal phonons at any given instant of time on the graphene because they propagate so fast.
So would that work around the like 350 gigahertz range where the EM's the highest?
That'll work around 1 to 2 terahertz.
Or 300, okay.
You're talking about infrared, essentially.
Yeah, I was going by one of the patents for picking up just the regular background radiation.
Oh, by the way, Paul Tibato, that's the guy, University of Arkansas. If anyone wants to learn about the graphene energy harvesters. Paul Tibato, University of Arkansas. Cool stuff.
How do you spell that guy's name?
Thibado.
Okay.
Hey, Michael.
Hey.
How are you holding up, man?
I'm heading out for the night, probably.
I'm freezing, dude. Mark was texting me a while ago.
Oh, Tim, I just made you the host. Yeah, I gotta run.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
Okay.
We're doing it in
Thank you so much.
shifts.
It's been really interesting.
Yeah. Nice talking to you guys too.
Let me see. I was going to say, okay. Greg is back. Greg Hodgin.